This is session 7 of the online traffic generation and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about online software marketing.
So you can quickly create or take existing software that has rights and you can distribute it online for viral traffic and incoming backlinks. And if you will recall the search engine optimization training I went through, backlinks are really important to your overall success with getting your website ranked in the search engines for various keyword phrases. Search engines look at backlinks as votes for a website, and so this is one more process, just like press release marketing, just like article marketing, just like some of the Web 2.0 properties we've covered, and all the other content, even video marketing provides backlinks to your site. All these things also work synergistically to build backlinks to your website. And so on top of being able to give you traffic from the sites alone, they work to get you backlinks. So what we're talking about here is how you can get traffic from software directories. So basically you create a special software file called a pad file, and I'm going to go into that in detail here, for submission to the software directories. And what happens is the software directories, just like article directories, just like press release sites, just like video sites, they do a great job of using their title tags, which if you will recall from the search engine optimization training, title tags are what you see in the top left-hand corner of your browser. So the keywords you see up there for any website is the title tags. You want to have keywords up there. And so if you do the strategy correctly, you can actually name your software after the keyword phrases that you're trying to rank for, and these software directories will typically index your software and let you, basically have your software there. And while your software is submitted, they will also add a backlink to your site most of the time. Many of them will link back to your site because you're the creator of the software. So it's a really powerful tool for actually going about and getting backlinks and getting overall traffic. So the main point is, after you've created the software, you just work on submitting the software to as many software directories as you can. And you're going to be pleasantly surprised to see that submitting a software after you've gone through these steps is really easy, because it's usually just one little URL file that you have to go through. The software directories publish your software and then link into your website. So the software directories publish your software and link into your website, just like I said. And then the software is also, if you set it up like I'm going to share with you, if they open this little piece of software, which in this case we're just going to be using an article, the software itself actually contains links to your website. So not only can they get links from the directory itself, but if they were to download what you had to offer and open it up, they would actually see backlinks going to your site. So the software is branded with your links and information on them. So if a bunch of people download it in your niche, they're going to open it up and see your links as well. So it's another way to get some good viral traffic going to your site. So the main tool we're going to use, there's several ways to create software, and I'm going to cover a few of those. I'm just very slightly on those topics, because the core way to do this, and the easiest, simplest way, and that's really the key here, is get you guys doing something so you're taking action, so you're seeing results as fast as possible. And that's really what we're all here for. And so I'm going to show you how to turn an article into software. I know it sounds crazy, but we're actually going to take a little piece of an article, turn it into a software file using all free programs. So you can take an article and convert it into a software format that will work. Software formats typically come in executable formats, as they're called, .exe. I'm not really a software programmer or developer or anything. I just know that exe files, tend to be software files. So the first thing you want to do is go over to this site. It's a really weird domain name. I'm not going to lie about that. It's absolute free software called Website Zip Packer 1.3. Absolutely free. You go to the URL spadixbd.com/WSZ. It couldn't be a worse URL. I don't know why they created it that, but that's their link. So that's what you're going to go to, is spadixbd.com/WSZ. And I'm going to open that up here real quick for you. And you're going to see this open on my screen here. So this is what the website will look like. And it's going to take you through, this kind of what the software is. And you scroll to the bottom, and you're just going to right click and choose download. So you're just going to right click and download the software. And just like any other, basically any other kind of program, you are going to, you're going to go ahead and open it up. open up the file, choose Run, and then go through the on-screen instructions to install it. So you're going to go through all the on-screen instructions and install that software. And so we're going to jump back here to the presentation. So once you actually have installed that software, so just go through the steps to install the software. The next thing you want to do is download, and that's a bad typo, I apologize, is to download a free HTML editor called Composer. Composer is a free HTML editor. Now if you have Dreamweaver or if you have Microsoft Expressions Web Design or maybe you have Microsoft Front Page, then you're okay. Then you don't need to worry about downloading Composer. I'm just giving you guys free tools, so there's no excuse for why you can't do this. All these tools are free. Everything I try to do for you guys, if I can't, if I use a paid option, I want to try to give you a free option because I want this to be as painless and as basically to where the only thing that might be holding you back is a lack of time. And so really, if you can put more effort and energy into traffic generation, you're going to get more out of it. So go ahead and download a free HTML editor called Composer, and you can get it at composer.net/download.php, and I'm going to head over there right now as well for you guys, just so you guys can see where that is located. So we're over here on Composer, and if you do composer.net/download.php, and if it's helpful, I will provide these links below. What I'm going to do is actually turn these presentations into PDF files, and as soon as I can, I will get them uploaded on the download page also, so you can simply download them and access these links. So you don't have to worry about writing them. But if you want to write down that link, you're more than welcome to. It's just composer.net/download.php. You're going to look for the Windows or Mac version depending on what computer you happen to be using. So you can go ahead and download that file. But what you're going to do with Composer, you just need to click right on it. You don't want to right click and download it. You just want to click on it, and it's going to take you over to a site called SourceForge. SourceForge is basically a website. It's a software site in itself. It actually is its own little software directory. But Composer is a free open source application for creating HTML files, so it doesn't cost you anything. But once you click on that link, it's going to open a little window, and you just simply choose Save File, and it saves it to your computer in a zipped up format. So it's going to save it in a zip folder, and when that zip folder gets saved all the way, you're going to right click and choose Extract All. And so that's again right click, choose Extract All. You don't even need software to extract this kind of stuff. So right click and choose Extract All. The next thing you're going to do is open up the file where it's extracted, and you're going to notice this little icon that says, it looks like it says Composer on it, and you're just going to choose Run, and it's going to open up the little software application for you. So just remember what folder you saved it in, and then open up that little folder. So there we have Composer open. I'm going to jump back here to the presentation. So install Composer, open up the folder and click on the link, and it will just open up. And then make sure you have both software programs open. Now, if you do not have, if you do have Expressions Web Design, if you have Microsoft Front Page, Dreamweaver, or another HTML editor, like NVU is another good one. So you don't need to rush out and grab Composer. I'm just going to show this to you in Composer. So, for those that do not have a HTML editor, you can easily use one of these. So open both software programs is the next step. So that's what you do. So at that phase, you should have both software file, or excuse me, both of those software applications open and ready to use. So the next thing is you want to open an article on your computer. So let's go back here and let's go ahead and open an article on the computer. So I'm going to jump over here to my desktop, and I'm going to go ahead and open an article on my computer. And next I'm going to open up the file, so give me just a second and then I will show you my screen here. Okay, so here I've got my article file open. So this is my little article that I'm going to use. I've got my Composer document open, and I've got my website zip packer open as well. So I'm going to jump right over here to the presentation again, and next thing you want to do is the article can be either an article you have written, or it could be PLR, which stands for private label rights content. And in this situation, there's actually no need for you to rewrite the actual article. So you can actually, if you have the rights to use these articles in any way you want, then you have the rights to do what you want with these articles, to create mini software applications. So this is a really cool system. So you want to open the HTML editor, the composer, and copy and paste the article into the file. So I'm going to show you that step next. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually taking the article. So I'm going to grab it here. But first what I want to do is I've got the article open here in a Word document, and I want to open a notepad file. So you can access a notepad file by, if you're using Windows, right there in the start menu, look for notepad. You probably know where it is. If you're using a Mac, it's going to be somewhere in your main files. A notepad, textpad files, all you're looking for. And you want to take the article. Most articles, if they're private label rights or articles you've written them in a Word document or something of that nature. So you want to take all that, highlight it all, right click, and copy the article, and copy it over to the actual textpad file. And there's a reason I do that, and that's because I want it to display correctly. So in this textpad file, I want to choose word wrapping, make sure word wrapping is off, and so that will make everything extend all the way over here, so you'd have to scroll all the way. And the reason is we're not here to read the articles. This is just to help with formatting the article, because you want to make sure that there's a space between lines, so that it flows correctly, so that it looks okay. So we're going to put actually space between each one of these bullets. So all I'm doing is doing an enter key. So every line is a paragraph. So if you can envision that, that's what you're seeing on your screen here. Every single line is an individual paragraph. Okay. And I forgot to copy that over. Okay, so why we're doing this is because if you copy and paste from a Word document, it can do some real funny things in HTML files. So now that I've got it all highlighted, I'm just going to copy, or I could choose Edit, Select All, and then Edit, Copy. So I'm going to come over here and move it over now. So I've got the NVU file right here. I'm going to right click and paste it in there. So there you go. So now this little HTML file is coming together. So it's been copied and pasted. Now, one thing you want to do here is we want to format this text. So just hit Control A, or you could choose Edit and then choose Select All again to highlight everything. And what you're going to do is, if you want to change the font on NVU, you just come over there to where it says, it'll say mixed, or it says font sometimes. If you're using any of the other editors, they will say font up there as well. So we're over here on NVU. I'm going to choose the font that I want to use. I like Arial font. I think it looks clean and it's easy to read. So we're just going to use Arial in this case. And the next thing that you want to do is, I'm going to jump back to the slide here and show you what the next step is. So the next thing you want to do is you want to add a link to your site at the top of the article and a good call to action. So you want to add your link with a really good call to action. So that's the next process. And then you also want to add a link and a call to action at the end of the article. And the reason is that you want people to open up the software application, and you want them to be able to actually open up the software application and actually get a live link, to go into your website, because that's the whole point. If they open the software, you want them to end up on your website. So I'm going to show you how to do that, just so there's no questions. So what I'm going to do here is open up the NVU software again, and I'm just going to hit the enter key a couple times, and I'm going to choose a catchy headline. So discover, because this is for a golf website that I have, discover how to improve. And I know nothing about golf, I'm just being an affiliate for this example. So discover how to improve your golf game and perfect your golf swing today. Visit www.firstgolftips.com. So what I'm going to do here is highlight all that text, and I just hit this B to make it bold, and it's the same function in the other web editors. It's going to be, B for bold or something of that nature. And in in Composer, it's really convenient. You could just double click and enlarge the font. And in the other ones, typically they're going to look like Microsoft Word, where there's a drop-down menu and you can adjust the font. So I'm going to make this font good size so it stands out. There we go. And I'm going to actually take this font and align center. So just like I was in Microsoft Word again, I'm aligning it center. And the next thing I'm going to do is highlight all that text. So I want the whole thing to be clickable. I'm going to highlight it all, and you're going to look for something that says either link or it's going to say insert, and it'll say like hyperlink. So in this case, I'm just going to choose link. Composer calls it link, some will call it hyperlink. So the hyperlink part, you just type in where it asks you to type in where the link's going to go to. And then I select OK. So now that is linked up there. And I'm going to take the exact same thing I did at the headline and put it at the footer of the article, because you want them to be able to have the call to action if they read all the way through. So you don't want them to have to scroll up or down to see your call to action, because the whole point is to get them on your site as fast as possible. So there it is at the top and the bottom. Now, since this article is being turned into an actual piece of software, you don't need to worry about search engine indexing and all that stuff. So that's why you can just grab the PLR content and use it as its own. You're not really submitting this to article directories, you're submitting it to software directories as an executable software file. So keep that in mind. So we're going to jump back here to the presentation. And I just realized I did that without showing you guys my screen, so I do apologize. What I was doing during that time was actually taking this font here, and basically I was taking the font and going through and putting in, discover how to improve your golf game. I put in my call to action. I highlighted it all, and I made the font bigger by choosing that. I made it bold right here. And then I went in and I linked it up by choosing the link key and putting in my URL. And then I copied and pasted this at the bottom. And the good news for you is that this was all captured on the recording. So I do apologize, that small little part was not probably seen by you guys. So I do apologize for that. But I'm going to jump back here to the presentation and let you guys, we'll continue on here. So at this phase now, you've got your article into your HTML editor. You've changed the font of it. And the next thing we need to do is save the HTML file and then open the new website zip packer software. So we're just going to open up that file. Okay, so I'm over here in the NVU file. I'm going to choose File, Save As. And it's going to ask you to enter a title if you're using, if you're using Composer. The other ones might ask you for something else, but I'm going to call it, let's just call it Golf Swing Tips Article. And just choose OK. And now it's going to ask you for what to call the HTML file. So I'm going to save this in an actual folder called Golf Software. So I'm going to look for that folder on here. And when you name your file name of any HTML file, when you're naming it, you want to avoid having spaces in there, and you want to include, in this case, you don't need to include dashes. You want to just run everything together. So we're just going to call this Perfect Golf Swing Tips. Perfect Golf Swing Tips is what we're going to call it. So we're just going to save that. So I've saved that file, and I'm going to show you where it is actually saved. So here it is actually saved. Okay, so that was the test I was running again, but this is the file that I just saved. So there's the little HTML file, and if I were to double click on that, notice that's what would display. So this is what would display, and if you were to click on that, it would take you right over to the little niche review site that I have in the golf niche. So there it is. So we can come right back over here to the NVU file, and I'm going to show you again where it's located. So there's the HTML file. And the next phase of this process is to go ahead and choose the actual, there we go, the actual website zip packer software program. So that's what we're going to choose here. So what you want to do here is choose Wizard when you're using this software. So we're going to just use Wizard. So you want to click on Wizard icon and then choose Next. And where it says Homepage, all you're looking for is the HTML file that you just saved. And you can just navigate around your computer till you find it, just as if you were attaching an email. So there it is. I'm just going to double click on that and I'm going to choose Next. And with the WSZ file that you have here, WSZ software, where you're actually turning the HTML file, so the article turned HTML file turned into an actual executable file, is going to now become your software. So you're going to just choose exe format and you're going to select output file. So you're going to go ahead and, as for output file, you want to call the name of the software, whatever keyword phrase it is that you're going after. So in this case it's Perfect Golf Swing Tips, and we're going to just call it Perfect Golf Swing Tips because that's what the software is going to become. It's going to become perfectgolfswingtips.exe. So whatever you type in there, you have to have an output folder. So you have to choose output file, type in your core keyword phrase right there, and then you're going to select Next. And the next thing you're going to do is just leave all this as the default. I don't mind if they can copy and paste the article, and because it's got your link in there, so that's okay. So just choose Next. Expiration, set that to never in this situation. You don't want to password protect it because you want them to be able to see the article and click on the link, and then just choose Next. Okay, so ready to go. So now we're just going to choose Next and just keep going through, and then it says start the building process now. So I just chose Finish, and the software is done, so I just choose Finish here, and you're going to see an example right there. So the next thing that I'm going to do is go right over to the actual folder where my article was saved, and what you're going to see here is that the article itself is now turned into a little software application. So if you open that, notice that little exe file, it has now been turned into an actual executable software format. So there you have it. You can click on the link and go right over to the particular golf site that I'm promoting. So there it is. So there's that. The next thing that you are going to do is, now that that's been turned into an exe format, you're ready to go through the steps in this process. So you're going to see here that, let's see here, that this is an executable file. So there it is. So it is an executable file. If you want to make sure it is, just choose right click and choose properties, and it's going to show you as.exe. So there it is. So now we're ready to move on to the next phase of the process. So I'm going to jump back here to the presentation. And so there we go. Let's just go right back here. Okay, so excuse me. So here's some other software ideas for you. So some other software ideas for you on top of what I just showed you with articles, and then I'm going to show you how to go about submitting them. But some other software ideas besides using the article method is to use private label rights software. So you can buy it for a fairly low cost online. You can just do Google searches for it. And you can also find free private label rights software online that you can rebrand. One of them is called IamBuzz software. They give you about 15 applications that you can rebrand. These softwares are pretty much specific to internet marketing niches, but you can still do some damage with them, as far as using them to get a lot of backlink, a lot of exposure, and they're high quality software. And so there's my link for it, seocounts.com/IamBuzzPLR, and they're going to take you to what looks like a sales page, and you can actually go through that process, and it's free to sign up, so it doesn't cost you anything on their IamBuzz software website. So there's what it looks like. So they've got a nice little video on here, and let's just cancel that. And I'm going to show you inside my little IamBuzz software membership here so you guys can see. This is the free membership that I have with them. all this software is actually rebrandable, and they give you instructions on their website as to how to rebrand it. And I know they give you instructions because I actually created the training for this. So I actually created some of their training materials, so you will probably hear my voice at parts of their training center where I show you how to rebrand the software. So IamBuzz software, that is available there for you guys to check out. So there is IamBuzz software. So that's one of many things you can do to create your own software. Search for PLR. You can do PLR software, private label rights software, free PLR software, free private label rights software. Try rebrandable software. Whatever it is, these are all software applications that you can take and you can rebrand using the instructions they give you, and you've also created your own unique software. You can rebrand it with your own links and all of that. And I'm not going to go into detail on how to use that because, in fact, on their website, it's free to sign up. And so I just want to encourage you to check out their site. It's free to sign up. You get those 12 or 15 software applications. I think it's 12 you get free right now. And the training's back there to show you how to use them. But if you do have questions on that, let me know. But after you've created the software, that's really where it's important anyways. But the main kind of software applications that we want to be creating here is the executable format style of software applications. So you can have the software created for you, or you can outsource this part for low cost. So you could actually think of software applications for your niche and go to getafreelancer.com, go to elance.com, or go to guru.com and tell them what kind of software you're looking for, what you want it to do, and that kind of stuff. And then just think of software applications that would help people in your niche market. So every niche market, whether it's weight loss to golfing to could have a specific software application. So you could have like a golf handicap score. You could have a golf calculator, where they can calculate what their handicap is, as a little software. You could have that created. You could maybe have a tool for a calorie counter tool for people. Maybe you're in the fitness or weight loss niche. Maybe you're in the bird watching niche. Maybe you could have some sort of software that they could track what kind of bird they saw that day or whatever it is. You can think of a tool that might work in that niche, and then you could go out, pay somebody a minimal cost, to outsource and create that software for you. But you don't need to do that. That can be kind of complicated. But to get you started, do as many of these articles that I just showed you, because that's really, really basic. And so this is just half the process, though, because once you've created the software, it's a little bit of a process to go through submitting it. It's not just like submitting an article. It's a little bit of a process to set it up, but it's really, really easy to actually submit it once it's set up. And I'm going to go through those steps for you, just step by step here. So the next thing you want to do is you want to create a software PAD file. And PAD file is Portable Application Description File. So you can download a PAD file generator, software, I should have said, not file, from ASP, which is the Association of Shareware Professionals. And that link that I provided to you will be available for you guys to click on. You can just go to Association of Shareware Professionals if you get lost and browse for PAD site, and then you will go through the process. And then all you're going to choose is download PadGen 3. Download PadGen 3. It's a free software that helps you create your own little PAD file, because it's a special form that has to be in. PAD file basically allows you to communicate to the software directories. That's really all it means in a nutshell. It creates a XML file, which is also known as RSS file for Real Simple Syndication, and that's how they actually get their content in there. Just like an article directory takes your content by copying and pasting the content, these take your content by extracting it from this special file that's created with this PAD software. But all you need to know is how to click your mouse and what tools to use, and you can create your own little PAD file. So you want to install and open the PAD file software and follow the instructions to set up your PAD files. And then you're going to upload the files to your hosting company through FTP. So I'm going to go through the process of actually letting you go through the process and showing you step by step how to go about creating your own little software. So let's just open it up here. Okay, and it's going to be saved on your computer once you install it. Basically, you go through the same executable process. So I'm going to open up my screen here so you guys can all see this software. in action. So there it is. So this is the pad generator software. Now I kind of have it pre-filled with some information here already, but we're going to go through this step by step for this particular niche market. So for company name, what you want to do is include your main keyword phrase as the company name. And the reason you do that is because they will typically make the anchor text for your link, meaning the clickable text, like we've talked about, I think in about every lesson, where how important anchor text links are, because anchor text links help build up, backlinks to your site, and a good anchor text backlink is going to really help you as far as, basically a good anchor text link is going to, help your site rank in the search engine. So your company name, you want it to be your keyword phrase. So in this case, the keyword phrase that we're trying to target is perfect golf swing tips. And then you just plug in your address, so that's basic. And the cool thing is, as you will see, is once you've already done your software one time with them, they will remember the information you've already put in there. So you see all my info here. So you notice, okay, so you just plug in your city, state, zip code, all that stuff. It's very self-explanatory. And then put in your company URL, which is the main link that you want them to go to. So in this case, it would be like your affiliate site. It could be your main website. It could be your squeeze page, landing page, Twitter account, whatever it is that you want them to land on. That's what you put in as your company URL. Then you put in your first name, you put in your last name, you put in your email. Again, you put in your first name, your last name, and email again. I know it seems kind of redundant, but there's a reason you actually put this information 2 or 3 times, and that's because the way this is set up, some software directories call it author info, some call it contact info. Some call it the same and they require it both times. So just bear with it. Even though it might seem redundant to be copying and pasting your email 3 times, just, don't worry about it, just do it. Basically how I have it set up here, because there's really no way around it. So just put in your email, general, support, sales can all be the same email. Your phone can all be the same thing. Your fax number, if you have one, you don't have to have a fax number. You could just, try putting in your phone number or something there if you want. So I have an online fax number that I use for my business, so I just put it in there. So don't get discouraged if you don't have a fax number. For program info, this is where you name the actual program. So I'm going to call the program name. You also want to call the program name your keyword phrase again. So this is going to be perfect golf swing tips article. So that's the name of the application, or perfect golf swing tips. Let's call it application in this case. So we're going to call it application instead of article because we want them to download it out of curiosity. And this is going to be version 1.0 because it's the first time you've released it. The release date could be set at any date that you want it to. So you could set it to today's date if you wanted to. This software is freeware because you're not going to charge for it. There's no need to. It is a new release. The cost is 0. Install and uninstall, that's the kind of file it can be. Or excuse me, it's going to be no install support for this kind of file. Language typically would be English if that's what you wrote the article in. And then where it says size and bytes, you're going to just highlight that right there. And you're going to look for the actual file. So we're going to find the actual file here. And let me look for it real quick. Okay, so what I did by doing the size and bytes is it grabs the exact size of that software, so the very exact size, and that's important for this tool, so that's why you do that. So this category class of software is going to be, you can list it under the best category possible. So I'm going to choose more hobby because it's sports related, so I'm going to look for hobby. It could be other, or it could be even sports. They don't have that. So whatever niche your article's in, try to find the best application. Even though it may seem difficult to find it, try to find the best category possible for your software. If you were doing a software for the internet marketing niche, it might be like a web development type software, something like that. Like if you were to use the ones I gave you at IamBuzz, the IamBuzz software. But if you want to use like an article, just choose your best hobby. I'm going to choose hobby recreation because that's golf. And then where it says supported operating systems, Typically, Windows XP, Windows Vista Home Basic, Windows Vista Premium, all these options here I check. I check all those, Windows Vista, Windows XP, and that should be, you should be sufficient there. Windows 2003, Windows 2000, Windows 98, 95 will also open it, but those are getting pretty old. So you can just, typically most Windows computers will work this kind of file. You don't want to limit them on days, so you don't want to make them expire, the software expire. So once you filled out all that data, you're going to put in a description. Now this is where it gets kind of interesting. So inside your description here, you have keywords. This is where basically they're going to use these as tags or information that they're going to find. So I have keywords here. So the tool that I was submitting was a software that I had rebranded, my own little keyword software that came with the iamBuzz PLR as a freebie. So you put in where it says keywords. What you're going to do here is plug in, keywords. So I've got golf tips, golf information, golf application, and then you could just call golf, your main niche. So, and then for the description, so learn how to have the perfect golf swing with this. Oop, they limited me, 45 characters. So let's try that again. So get the perfect golf swing with this application. Oop, with this software. There we go. With this tool. Okay, so they limit you, and you want to fill in each one, even though it might seem redundant. Again, each one is going to help you because every software site has a different criteria for submitting. So that's why you go through each one of these steps. So where it says 80 character description, you are going to go through and type in a little bit more. So get, discover how to have the perfect golf swing with this software with this software. And when it cuts you off, that means you've gone over. So I'm going to just copy the last one, paste that in there, and let's say application. Learn 3 steps to improve your golf game. Okay? So if you wanted to write more, you could. For this example and for what I usually do, I just leave it, after this 250 character description, I'll just copy it in both of these other ones. But you're free to write up to 2,000 characters, which is a lot if you wanted to, about your software. So you are free to do that. And you want to just keep it at English and don't worry about the configure file. So that's the description tab. The next tab is the web info. So the application info is going to be your main URL. So it's going to be firstgolftips.com. In this case, it's going to be your main link that you are promoting. And you're going to really want to make sure this is on your own site. So this won't work as well if you are promoting like Weebly. Try to do it like on your own site if you can. So that's really going to be the only way you're really going to see success. It's not going to work like it will if you try this on Blogger, if you try this on Squidoo. It needs to be your very own URL and your very own domain name. So that's very important, and that's actually essential. So make sure that you do that. So what we're going to do here is we need to get a little screenshot of the software application. So I'm going to show you what we can call a little screenshot if we want to. So there's a screenshot of the software in use that you see right there. So we're going to take a screenshot of our little application, and because it's important for the software directories. So in order to get a screenshot of our software here, what you're going to do is go over and you want to download a software called Jing. So let me take you to Jing, so google.com, and then you're just going to do a search for J-I-N-G, Jing. So you want to add visuals, so just look for Jing project. Okay, so you see here on Jing project, you are going to grab the free version. and you want to just download it for Windows. So just go ahead and download that software. Again, it's a free software that does screen capture. It does a great job. But I already have Jing, so I'm going to go ahead and just open up Jing right now. So I'm going to open up our application first. And we're going to just take a short little screenshot of the content inside here. So I'm going to open up Jing. J-I-N-G is what it is, and it's going to typically be saved under the TechSmith folder. So it'll take just a moment. Bear with me as it logs on. So it looks like Jing is conflicting with my, let me see here. Jing might already be open. There it is. Okay, so Jing is open here. So I'm going to just grab it, and this is how you use it. You just grab it, and you grab a certain, maybe a portion of this, of your content here, or kind of what they're going to find inside your software, which in this case is just an article, but if it was actually software, you would just grab it that way. So I'm just going to grab a small portion, and then just choose Capture Image. And what you're going to do is just name this, the name of the software or your keyword. So Perfect Golf Swing Tips software, and just choose Save, and you're going to browse your computer to where you save it. I recommend you create a file on your computer. It could be on your desktop, it could be in your core folder for where you're going to be saving these things. So I'm going to just create a desktop, and I'm going to call this Golf Software. You call it whatever you want. So let's just call this Golf Software, and we're just going to save this file here. So that is the screenshot that we needed to take. So that's what we needed to do. The next thing we need to do is a program icon. So I'm going to show you what a little program icon looks like. This is really, really basic, this step is. So I'm going to show you what the little icon will look like. Notice it right there. It is a very small image. It's about 30 by 30 or 21. It's very, very small. Very, very small image. So you can barely see it right there. So we want to just take an icon screenshot. So I'm going to open the software again. And you need these for the software to work. I know it might seem kind of annoying, but you do need them. So we're just going to take this little one. Let's just call it, let's highlight the word golf actually. So I'm going to choose a different one. And let's just grab the word golf. So I'm just grabbing it right here. And that'll work. And we're just going to capture the image. And we're just going to call this Golf Software Icon. And you could reuse this icon for all the golf software that you decide to create, or weight loss software, whatever the case might be. So you're just going to save that. It's saving these all in PNG files, so that's just so you know, you don't need to worry too much else about that. And the final thing that we need to do is go ahead and now create a folder on our computer and upload these files to our computer. So now that we've created these little things, we need to upload them to our actual server. So that's what we're going to do next. So what I'm going to do here now is open up a program called FileZilla. FileZilla, I believe I talked about it in a previous session, but FileZilla is a free, what it is an absolutely free software. It's a FTP software, and basically what FileZilla is it enables you to take content and actually upload it from your computer to the server, to the hosting company. So that is what FileZilla does. So it takes this software right here. So basically it takes the files from my computer, which are these images, and it's going to upload them to my actual hosting company. So I'm going to go into my hosting company, and FileZilla has tutorials on their site for how to use it. FileZilla is an absolutely free tool again. So you just go to FileZilla and you can download it. And most FTP clients can run you about $70 some. This one is absolutely free. But I want to show you some things that you're going to see in here once you get in here. This right hand side is the server, the hosting account, and this left hand side is my computer. And on the left hand side you browse around until you find the file that you're working with. And on the right hand side, you've got your computer files over here. So keep that in mind. Right side is, I keep saying that wrong. Right side is the server, left side is your computer. So right side hosting account, left side computer. And you're going to typically, in 95% of the cases, be looking for public HTML. If you're using HostGator, Bluehost, GoDaddy Hosting, really any of the major hosting companies, that's where you're going to put it in. And you're just going to navigate till you find your particular website that you're working with. And if you just have one website on your server or hosting company that you're working on, then that's great. Then that's what you can use, is just that one website. So what you're going to do is go ahead and create, by right-clicking, you're going to create directory. Right-click, create directory. And we're going to call this directory, let's call this directory Golf Software. Or excuse me, in this case, we're going to call this directory the name of the software that we're promoting. So, well, let's just call it Golf Software. And if you're going to create additional pieces of software for the same website, just remember you have to create a different folder. So we're just going to call this Golf Software for simplicity's sake. And then you're just going to double click on the folder to open it up, and notice nothing's there. So then I'm going to go right over here and I'm going to right click and choose Upload. And then again, right click and choose Upload. So right click and choose Upload. And what I just did by creating the directory Golf Software is, if you went to firstgolftips.com/golf software, then you would see, these little images in there. So what you're going to do next is go ahead, and we need to upload the executable format of our file. So I'm going to go browse on my computer for where that software would be found. So we're going to just look for it real quick. And so it's easiest if you just save it all on your desktop, so then you know exactly where it's located. So there's the actual file itself, and we're just going to upload it. So it'll take just a moment to upload that file. And it looks like it's almost completed. Okay, so the file has been completed. The executable file is now on the server. So, and in order to get logged into your server, you need to put in your host name, your username, and your password, and that's going to be slightly different depending on your hosting company. And if you've set up your website already, you don't need to know this. You already know how to do FTP. If you've installed WordPress plugins, you already are all set. But if you do run into issues with it, call your hosting company, because the username and password will be provided by them, and it's going to be specific for your situation. I'll be happy to help you through that process if you do run into snags with it, but the first bet in that situation is to contact your hosting company, because they're going to give you the best support, because they know what it is, what your account usernames are, and I can't look that up obviously. So they will have access to that. So if you do get stuck, ask them, tell them what you're trying to do, and they will be more than happy to assist you. So they will help you set it up typically. So try that if you are having issues getting logged in. So there you have it. The software and everything is now uploaded there. And I'm just going to minimize the software, just log out here, because we need to come back to it here in a little bit. Now, what we need to do here is go right over to where it says screenshot, and we need to put in the information that we just uploaded. So you need to put in your URL /, remember we put it in the directory Golf Software, and then /, you're going to call it your keyword phrase that you've created for the image. So I'm going to go back to where my site is. So let's just go here to firstgolftips.com /golf software. And I'm going to create, it's called Perfect Golf Swing Tips Software. There we go, that's what it's called. So I'm just going to choose, right click and choose properties, and that's going to give me the URL. And I'm going to just copy it all. So copy that whole URL, go over to the PadGen file, and then just paste it in there. So notice how I just pasted that in there. And I'll do the same thing, I'll paste that, but I'm going to change the name because I actually called that one something different. So I'm going to go back over here and choose Golf Software Icon, for example. Go right back over here and then take off the Perfect Golf Swing Tips because it's not the same image, and we're going to paste that in there. And if you were to click on these images to make sure they went through okay, you see there's a little golf icon. And if I were to click on this one, there's the image of what's actually inside the software. And then there's the executable file itself. So you need to actually just take this executable file, and it's going to be in that same directory also. So let's see here. So right down here it says primary download. You're going to copy and paste in, you're going to take this whole line, that whole folder that you created, so your URL including the folder, and then this time it's going to be called perfectgolfswingtips.exe or whatever you name the software. But in this case it's going to end in .exe, so keep that in mind. It should end in that. The pictures will end in .png because you don't need to format them. There's no need to. So once you put it there under primary download, put the same thing in there under secondary download. And then the final thing you want to do is go back up here, and what you're going to do is save this as pad.xml. So you're going to copy and paste the entire URL. And so what you should have there is first, your url.com / the directory that you created / pad.xml. And even though it's not uploaded to the server yet, that's the file that we're creating. And once we've created this file, we're going to upload it to the server, and that's why I kept the FTP file open. So at this phase, you should be in good shape, and you can always check these links by clicking on here to make sure they work. Like if I were to click on that, it would ask me to download that file, but obviously I don't want to do that right now. So I'm going to come right back over here to the pad file, and you're going to go over to permissions, and you don't need to worry about that. Build options, you don't need to worry about that. Affiliates, in this case, you don't need to worry about that, and you don't need to worry about that. So the ASP form. So at this phase, you're ready to go. But what you want to do next is choose verify, and just choose verify. And what you're doing when you're doing the verify option, notice it was just right up there. I clicked on verify, or you could choose file and verify. And what you're going to see here, it's going to tell you, okay, Perfect Golf Swing Tips application. Perfect Golf Swing Tips is my business name, so it's linkable. It's got my name, my information, everything right there looks good. And what you're going to see here is it's going to tell you, in red letters, it's going to say if a field was left empty. And you're going to see that most of these, it's okay that they're empty. But like if you saw an important link that was left empty, then you could say, oh, okay, I better go back and fix that. And fix that. But in this case, you're going to see, okay, I didn't need affiliate information, so that's okay. Or I didn't need, an additional URL because I already used the two of them. So you're really just looking to make sure none of the core files are actually, missing. So that's all you're checking for. And once that goes through okay, you're just going to choose build. So build that. So where it says generate pad file under build options, I apologize for skipping that step. Where it says build options, and it will direct you back there just like it did. You're going to select an output folder for that. So I'm going to choose on my desktop, I've got golf software here, and we're just going to call it pad.xml, and just hit open, and now select build, and the pad file was successfully built. So the pad file has been successfully built. And to find that file, we're just going to go back to the desktop here. I'm going to open up the software that we're working on. There it is. I'm going to log into my server. Now, if you're using FileZilla, another tip is you can click right there on this little folder, and you can just choose New Site and put in your new site's information if you want to. So then that way you can do what I'm doing, which is just drop down to log in. And just choose Public HTML. Select your website, which is typically going to be the name of your site in the folder. And we're just going to choose Golf Software. And now I'm going to upload the XML file. So remember now that we uploaded the XML file. So if I were to go back to this folder where all this is located, you're going to see here pad.xml, and it's going to look really, really funky and really, really weird. But don't worry about that. Don't let that bother you. That's what it looks like. That's just the name of the game. So now that your pad file has been generated, you can just minimize that screen. So your pad file has actually been completed. So let's just minimize that screen. And inside here, let's just, if you want to save it just for future reference, let's see. Save both. Okay, so you want to choose right over here, save both company and all that information. You can just save that for future reference. You don't have to input all the data again. So we're going to go ahead and close out of the pad generator software. And what we're going to do next is you want to reopen that file, and you're just going to right click on the URL here. So copy that link over to like a notepad file for easy reference. And what we're going to be doing is going ahead and submitting this to software directory. So I'm going to go back into the presentation here, and we're going to finish this out. So you upload your files to your hosting company, just like I showed you, and you test the links and then start submission of the software. So this is where it gets fun, and this is where it gets easy. So what you're going to do now is go ahead and go to the ASP, which is the Association of Shareware Professionals. They have what's called a pad repository. And again, these links will be made available when this comes live, but you're welcome to go back, pause the video when it's uploaded, and go back there. Inside the pad repository, you're going to click on Submit. And you're going to scroll right on down here to where it says, you're going to see it say, enter the 5-letter code you see in the image. So go ahead and enter that. And then you're going to go to pad URL, right click on that, and paste in the pad URL that you have, and then simply choose Submit. And it's going to tell you, you're going to scroll down, and in green letters it's going to say OK, loading the pad, no errors, verifying the pad, and record created, or record created, excuse me. And what this repository does is there are owners of software directories that actually come to this website to pull information from. So they will look for new pad files that have been submitted. So that's a really neat feature of submitting to the ASP repository, because there will be software directories that might come live on the internet a year from now that will pull your information. And so 6 months to a year to 5 years from now, if a new pad, or software directory file comes in, they might come in there, pull down your software because you submitted to them, and then boom, your software is now submitted to another directory. And so this is kind of a long-term strategy on top of being kind of a fast strategy for you as well. So there's some software that you can use so you don't have to manually sit here and actually go through the step of copy and pasting your URL into a bunch of different pad sites. So there's actually, and in some ways I really wish that some article directories would let you submit this way, because all you're doing after you've set it up once with the pad file is you're just really, in most cases, have to just submit the XML file and you're done. So it's kind of a cool feature. So there's quite a few software applications that have been created. Most of them are paid for applications, but there's one called Pad Express here that they do have like a trial option, and you can just download that. It only submits you to a few sites. It's like 20 sites, but for automatic submission, it's not a bad deal. It might only be like 10 sites now. But you can download it, and you can decide if you want to use their service. But for their money, there's actually a better choice, and I will tell you that if you want to use an automatic tool. But they have a good service. So Pad Express is what it is, and you just download it to your computer, and then you can just open it up. And so I'm going to open my version right here, if it will let me still, because I also am just using the paid version, or excuse me, the free version of it. So we're just going to close that. Okay, yep, looks like my free trial has ended. So you want to use it pretty much right away, with Pad Express, and make sure you use it right away after you've downloaded it. But the first couple times you submit, you can get yourself some good fast submissions with their free option. They have a good free trial. Next thing you can do is go ahead, and there's one called PromoSoft, and they do have a free trial that works pretty well. And their information can be found at dvelab.net, dvelab.net, and just look for download and then choose click to download. Now this is a software that I kind of recommend you might consider down the road purchasing, simply because with PromoSoft here, they will submit you for $95. It's a yearly cost, but $95, they will go out to 800 pad sites at once, 800 software directories at one time. So that's kind of a cool feature. In fact, apologize, the number's down to 774. But they will do that for you. So that's kind of a really neat feature. So let's go, and what you're going to do is choose Create Pad once you open their software. And I'm going to go to my desktop and grab the software that I'm working from here for this example. So we're just going to grab the pad file. Yes, I want to replace it. Here, let's go to delete that one. Okay, and then the pad itself, just choose import pad. So let's go over here to the desktop again. Okay, and then what you're going to do is go right over here. It's kind of running a little bit slow, which is always fun when they do that. Let's see here. So we might have to go out to another one. I've got a lot of files open here, so let's try closing out, and we will come back to that one. But basically, that one, you go through the process of setting up your pad with that file, and it just worked for me earlier, so I'm not sure why it's not letting me open it. But they have a trial and a full version. The trial version works with 30 sites at once, and so you can just download their software and go through their steps, and that's found at PromoSoft. So that's the software there. It's called PromoSoft that you could use. So that is that one for you. And let's go ahead and open up once again the presentation and finish out here. So here's a list of software directories that you can submit to. It's just at zappersoftware.com/submit-pad. And this is just a list of sites that you could go through and submit to. You know, some of these may or may not be ready to be submitted to, but most of them will be. So to show you how simple it is to submit, I'm going to just submit one manually here. But you're just going to look for, let's just say, choose your best category. So in this case, it might be, let's see, mine's kind of sports related. They don't really have that option. Here we go, home and education sports. And then the pad URL is going to just go right in there. And then just select submit software. And okay, so, and it may not, sometimes they go through, sometimes they don't, and I find that when you're doing a lot of submissions. And so at this one, the name of the game that I found is typically repetition. So just keep doing it. There's a lot of software directories out there, and there's actually a Google search phrase that you can run as well that gets you a lot of pad software. So just choose submit software pad into Google. So I'm going to show you that real quick. So into Google, just type in submit software pad. And would you look at that? Before I go to the Google results, the PromoSoft thing finally loaded for me. And inside PromoSoft, it's going to look like this when you have it installed. And all the yellow ones are software sites that you can submit to. So you could just choose select all. So just choose select all, and then you can go through and then just choose submit. So, and then you could also go in and you want to check the categories as well. So make sure that you're selecting the best categories for your particular market. So in this case, home and hobby, it's going to be sports related. So home and hobby sports related is what it's going to be. Pad specific would be home and hobby. Pad file categories would be, sports. You're just plugging in your niche market, whatever your niche market is. And then now just choose proceed onto the sites and then select all. and then go ahead and choose ignore and proceed at that stop, and then it's going to go through and just start submitting some of these once you hit the start button. So it'll take just a moment. It goes through the process. You can see it going on your screen, but while it does its thing, I'm going to go over to Google. And there we go. So just go into Google, type in submit software pad, and then what you're going to do here is select submit software and just put in your pad URL and then plug in the information, whatever niche market you're in. Try to choose the best category, and that's if you wanted to do it manually. But PromoSoft, $95 will get you 800 sites at once. So it all depends on kind of what your budget is. I would recommend you might try doing this. Basically try doing a few on your own, see what kind of results you get, see, as you get the sites picked up in there, and then go ahead and look at upgrading, so there's no need to upgrade right away. So just keep that in mind. So there's really not a need to upgrade right away at this very moment. So there it is. Let's just choose a good category. Okay, so there you go. It looks like the software, this one went through okay. So there it is. So the software went through just as it should. And so notice how some of them work, some of them don't. The whole point of the game is to be just patient with it. And on these actual sites themselves, just so you know kind of how they work and function, is if I were to go to the category that I just submitted to, which is home and hobby, they don't approve it right away. It might take a few days, but once you do it, you're going to start seeing some results in there. In your email inbox, you'll start seeing them sending you emails. But you can just choose, and actually mine actually went through just as I said that. Mine actually went through, and notice up here right away that top left corner is my title tag, Perfect Golf Swing Tips. That's my keyword phrase, Perfect Golf Swing Tips application. If you come down here, there is the information. Perfect Golf Swing Tips is the publisher. They didn't actually link directly back to my site, but you can actually go right there to download it, and there actually is, they're all set up slightly different too, to keep in mind, but notice there's a screenshot. They can click on it right there. You can actually, if you select get the full version or homepage, notice how it actually ends up taking you right into my homepage. So they actually did link it up, and you can download the software right here. And so there it is. So there it is, Perfect Golf Swing Tips application. All that went through pretty quick, and you can just go through using the Google tool and just find a bunch of these sites to just submit to, because all it is submitting one little.
This is session 8 of the online traffic generation and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about how you can use more Web 2.0 properties for more traffic, and also how you can use picture marketing to drive traffic as well.
So as we talked about a little bit last time, I'm just going to do a quick recap of Web 2.0 properties for those that are new and joining us. Basically, Web 2.0 sites are social type websites where most of the content is user generated. This means that these kind of websites do not have teams and teams of people creating all this content. What they are doing is they're actually relying on people like you to create that content for them. So they have found a great way to make money through social media sites or Web 2.0 sites, because sites like YouTube, even sites like any type of site where you can upload content, the keyword there is user generated content. So content that you produce, that would be considered basically content that people would that big businesses pay big money for, these kind of companies, because there's always a good base of followers that are adding new fresh content. Search engines love these sites because of all their content, and these companies love it the best because they can have very few staff members, and all the staff members have to do is really sometimes review some of the content, but other than that, they don't have to worry about too much. So that's why Leverage 2.0 sites are so important. And you can really leverage Web 2.0 websites for more backlinks, exposure, and traffic. And those are all really important. As we've been talking about in all of our lessons here, backlinks are really key for increased search engine rankings. The more backlinks you can get to your website, the more the more higher rankings you can actually achieve, because Google looks at your backlinks as votes for your website. And we've talked about that before, and I just want to keep hitting on that. Exposure is really important, because if you do any kind of marketing, the more exposure you can give your business, the better it's going to be. The more places people can find your website, the more chances that somebody has a chance of stumbling across what you have to offer. It's just simple and very basic. If you consider the billboard theory that I talk about often, if you're driving down an interstate and you see one billboard for just this one company, and then maybe there's another company that has 50 billboards along that same interstate, there's 50 times that you're exposed to their message. And so that's why exposure is so important, and that's why it's important to have a well-rounded approach to promoting yourself. You don't want to put all your marketing eggs in one basket. So keep that in mind. Traffic, they're huge for traffic because they increase your exposure and your backlinks. So that's why we're talking so much about Web 2.0 properties here. There are many different Web 2.0 properties that you can leverage for more traffic. You simply add your content to them and link to your website if it allows you to, or you basically create the content that gets keyword-rich people interested in what you have to offer. And most Web 2.0 sites offer a profile section where people can say, okay, this person looks interesting. Let's look at their profile as well. So not only can you sometimes promote just directly within the Web 2.0 properties, but you can actually promote, by simply basically adding your content to them and directing them to check out your profile page, which usually has a link to your site. And that link as well will count as a vote in the search engines most of the time, which will increase your rankings again. One key component, and this is the most important element of Web 2.0 properties, is you want to use your core keyword phrase as a title of these properties. So you want to make sure your core keyword phrase that you're trying to rank for, or any keyword phrase you're trying to go for. And so, if you have 15, article topics that you have selected, you could technically do this stuff with this. I'm talking about 4 different Web 2.0 properties here, for example. But overall, there's literally hundreds of these kind of sites, but there's really 6 components that we've talked about. After this is done, we'll have talked about 6 important Web 2.0 properties that you can use with this method. And so what we're going to be talking about is how you can use your core keyword phrases as the title of these properties, because that's really, really important to you. So here's a few that we're going to talk about that I'm going to show you how to use. And you've probably heard me discuss some of these. Last time we did this, we didn't have time. We actually ran out of time to cover these topics. So this time I made sure we put them at the front so we do not miss these sites. The first one is a site called issuu.com, issuu.com. And I'm probably going to be one of the first people to talk about issuu.com. It's a very pretty new Web 2.0 property, but it's got some really neat elements. Weebly.com is another one that you've probably heard discussed. I've talked about it before, but I really want to show you how to set up a Weebly site properly so you guys know how to make this work for you. Blogspot.com, that's basically a blogger.com blog. We have gone into this before, but I want to cover this in a little different light. There's some additional things you can do with Blogger that you may not have realized that I want to make sure we tap into and cover. Zimbio.com is the other one that we will be showing you here. So I'm going to jump right off here, and we're going to go over to issuu.com. So we're going to go over to issuu.com. It's issuu.com. issuu.com. So here you can take a look at issuu.com. Basically what issuu.com is, it is a website. Notice that it's seen as a high authority by Google. It's got an 8 out of 10 page rank. For those that are wondering, I'm using the Google toolbar to check page rank. So you can just type in a Google toolbar and download that if you would like to. But Issuu basically lets you publish your own virtual magazines, your own digital magazines. And you can kind of see how some of these look on here. There's some pretty interesting ones. But a lot of people are doing this just for like fun and leisure. But you can actually use this to promote your business. So you can tap into these kind of sites. So let me get the screen here so it gets all recorded. But notice here, this is a really important element when you're looking for any Web 2.0 property. You want to look up here and take note that they are using the title of the actual online magazine or whatever it is should be in the title tag, because as we know, title tags help your site rank in the search engines. Well, Issuu is seen as an authority website, and so you can actually use Issuu, and some Issuu documents may come up in the search engines. They might get cached, they might get indexed, and also you have a profile page which could get cached and could get indexed. So one thing you want to do is go ahead to issuu.com, sign up for a free account, And so just put in your basic information. So follow through their steps, just like you see on the screen here. Put in the words that you see below here on your screen, and then you hit agree and continue, and that sets up your account. Now I already have an account here to issue, so I'm going to go ahead and log in here, and let's go through this process here. Okay, so I'm over here in my account. And what you want to do here is there's a lot of things you could do. Like I could add a picture under my profile. It gives me my own little URL that I could direct people to. Issuu gives you a lot of flexibility because it's also a site where you could actually go here and include, basically you could send people right here and do like high profile proposals and things like that for new clients if you're trying to reach new clients. And so that's another way that you could tap into Issuu, just so you keep in mind. You could also do things, take this RSS feed of your actual documents after you've created them all, and you could syndicate them on other sites. There's a lot of little things you can do. Now I want to show you one of the documents that I have uploaded. This is a document. It's basically a PDF of my traffic generation, of just a brief little free document that I give away to people related to traffic generation, just as a lead generation tool. And so basically what issuu.com does here is it lets people read it. Do you notice here it's kind of a different reading platform. Now the search engines can't actually read the individual content, but they actually read what they can see is what you see right here. They see this as being a separate URL, which is keyword rich, which is very important because it has your keywords in it. And they see your title tags up here, which is the name of the document. So in your application, when you are uploading your documents, you're going to name them the actual keyword phrase that you're trying to go for. And all I did here was I turned my article into a PDF. So I took my Word document and converted it to a PDF. So in order to do this, you're simply going to go to Upload Document. So simply choose Upload Document, and you need to make sure that it's a PDF. So for those that are unaware of how to convert a Word document to a PDF, I'm going to go through that process and show you how to do that. So we're going to first open up a Microsoft Word here. So we've got open here Microsoft Word. And we can come right over here. Now, one thing I do want to show you here, actually, before I get ahead of myself, we could also, as a preference, for those that don't want to use Microsoft Word, you could also use OpenOffice. Let me show you that site. OpenOffice is a free version of Microsoft Word. And I will say OpenOffice is worth it for the tool that I'm about to show you, because OpenOffice actually has a free PDF converter built in where it's going to actually take your document and turn it into a PDF. So even if you already have Microsoft Word, I would consider downloading OpenOffice. It's free. It takes just a little bit of hard drive space, but it's going to be worth it. So you could also do that. So I might just open up my OpenOffice here for this example because I just want to show you guys how simple this is. And there's two different ways that you can create PDFs from a Word document. It's called OpenOffice Writer. And they have Excel spreadsheets, they have PowerPoint presentations. So all these elements that you might be looking for, as far as, okay, I can't afford $300 for software right now. I'm trying to promote my business and I'm doing it on the cheap. If that's where you stand in your business, then there's free tools for you just like this. And they're still actually great tools even if you already have the other ones. So I personally like OpenOffice Writer. I use it sometimes. But what you're going to do is you're going to take your document, your article that you already have, and you could either open it up in OpenOffice or you could just copy and paste it into an OpenOffice file. So I'm going to take just a short article. This is kind of like a short little promo that I'm doing for a product. So what you're going to do here is copy and paste that content in there. Notice I'm copying and pasting from a notepad file. Remember how I talk about how important this is. So that's really, really important. So I'm going to just modify this. Was actually taken from an email swipe file, maybe for a program you guys have seen information on. It's a great concept. And so I'm just doing this as an affiliate thing, and so I want to show you guys how you could apply this to your affiliate marketing strategy. So my keyword here is Easy Sales Formula because that's the program being promoted here. So that's what I'm going to do here. Basically what I'm going to be doing is plugging in, my links right there, all that good stuff is all into this document. Now maybe I want to make my link actually clickable, so let's just go through here and make the link clickable. And this link doesn't need to be, you don't need to worry about the anchor text of this link. Okay, and then to make a link, you would just highlight that text, hit insert, and then hyperlink, and then put a link right there to it. And then just simply do apply. Oop. So let's see, let's make the text actually. So you're just going to make sure, you could take even email swipe files and do this for affiliate promotions. You could do this for your own articles, whatever it is that you're doing this for. You want to make sure you put a couple links to your site. Okay, so that is functional. So let's just copy and paste it down here as well. And then one other thing you can do, let's just change the font real quick. So this is how you use OpenOffice, and I recommend you download it for this step just because of what I'm about to show you, because they have a function where in one click you can automatically convert this to a PDF so that you can start uploading your very own PDF document. And one thing too that's always good to do is you want to make sure your links stand out, so you want to make them bold in here. And again, OpenOffice is a free program, so don't worry, it's not something else you need to buy. It is absolutely free. So let's come right over here, and now that we get this all formatted correctly, I've taken my article, now you can actually export directly to a PDF. So all I did was I just clicked on this PDF icon. Let me show you that again. In OpenOffice there's a PDF, it says exports directly as a PDF. So that's what I'm going to do. Just click on that, export, and then I can save this to my computer in a certain area. So I'm just going to say, we're just going to call this the name of the document being what we're promoting. And now you can hit save. Now one thing that you can do also once you've created this PDF is you can do a lot of things with this PDF, because search engines can read PDFs as well. They just don't read it off this website that I'm showing because they turn it into a Flash format. But you could actually submit this PDF to possibly bookmarking sites and other things like that as well. So you could actually get that PDF indexed if you wanted to. So what I'm going to do now is go right back over here to issue, and I want to show you what I just did. You see where that browse button is? You're just going to highlight that, and let's just browse on our computer for it. So let's just look for computer, and I saved it, let's see, under documents. And let's just find this document. There it is. And now where it says title, this is really, really important. Put that in there. And then under the description, you could put in, just a brief description of what this is. So just like you're doing a social bookmarking link or something of that nature, that's what you would be doing here. And the web name, this is really important because this is how the URL is going to show up. So the web name, you want to put your keyword in there. Your keywords should be, your keyword phrase with dashes, and that's why I named my file that way, because it automatically will name it that way. So my keyword here, Easy Sales Formula Review. So easy-sales-formula-review would be a good web name to use. And keywords would just be, whatever target keyword you're going for. Easy Sales Formula is my keyword phrase. If you're trying to do this for branding, you put your business name. If you're trying to do this for getting increased ranking, you put in your core keyword phrases, or you put in the keyword phrase you want to rank for in your niche. Whatever it is, that's what you're going to do. So generate traffic for your site. Like let's say if you wanted to send people to your website, this is another important element of here. Put in your website right there so it will send people to your actual website. Even better would be to send them directly to an article on your site where you talk about that particular product. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my website. You could either send them to your home page in this example. Like here is the article that I have here on my site about this certain product. So I'm just going to plug it in there, paste it right there. And let's just come on down here, and you can select document type. So you could choose article, and it is child safe. And then select your category. So it's going to be business and marketing. Document language would be English. It's all very self-explanatory. Your target audience would be the world. And if you wanted to add media like an audio file, you could add that there. It gives you some additional publishing options. You want to make sure publish is set. So you want to make sure that it's set to get the maximum number exposure for yourself. And then sharing options, you want people to be able to see it and rate it. So what you're going to do next is choose upload file. Okay, once you enter at least 2 tags, so I can put in the name of the product creator if you're promoting somebody else's product, or maybe a CEO of a big company, whatever it is you're trying to do this for. And then it goes through the upload process. It finalizes the upload. It'll take a little bit for the document to get registered, and then it will go into the pending status. So it'll take just a moment for it to get there, and it's just another spot where you can send people to. You can share it with your visitors. Just another little exposure you can do to kind of set yourself apart from other marketers. So now it says all documents have been processed, and you could go to your account and take a quick look at your various documents. So there's that article that I just did. There's the one I already had. So there it is. There's the keyword rich title. There's the good keyword right there, and it's all good to go. And if people want to read it, they can just click there and go through that. And then the link is also provided down here for more info. So there it is. There's a backlink to my site. So that's how you use issuu.com. It's kind of a new site, and it's fun to use. Now let's go right back here to the presentation. And Weebly.com is the next site that we're going to jump over and talk about. So we're just going to go over here to Weebly.com, Weebly.com. Now when you first get to Weebly.com, you're going to be hit with an off, you want to make sure you create a free website. Make sure that's checked. Put in your username, put in your password, and put in your email right there. So you want to do that first on Weebly.com. So username, password, email. Very basic, and that will go ahead and set up your account. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account here. Okay, so what you have here when you first log in, after you set up your account, you're going to be directed to a spot to start creating a site. So you just want to choose create a site from Weebly, and you want to title your new site whatever product name or whatever keyword phrase, whatever branding you're trying to do, put it up here for the title of your site. This is just a resounding theme of everything, is you want to make sure everything goes up here. Then hit continue. And it will take just a moment to load here. And wouldn't that be my luck if the site slowed down here on Weebly. There we go. Okay, so you're going to load up something that looks like this with Weebly. Basically, Weebly is a very easy to manage website. It's basically it's called What You See Is What You Get editor. It gives you a lot of flexibility as far as how you can create it, and these pages are very well optimized for the search engines when you place your keywords in the correct spots. Now, it gives you a lot of functionality as far as what kind of different design elements you can create. And all these options up here are different designs that you could choose or elect to go with. So we could scroll around till we find one that looks good that we consider wanting to use. And so you can just scroll your mouse over. Notice how all those are changing. Or you can just scroll around till you find one that you think fits with whatever market, with whatever product, with whatever niche you are trying to go into. So that's something to keep in mind. So you can come over here and you can even browse by categories and look at just business related type themes. You could do that as well. So for this example, let's just use a sharp looking business theme. And Weebly's running a little bit slow right now. It looks like they are having some errors. Okay. So it looks like Weebly's having some issues right now, but it's running a little bit slower than it should. Now one thing here is up here in the element area, you're going to see options where it says to put in paragraphs with title, or you can put in just your title. It gives you a lot of different options. So for this example, most of the time you just want to create, a paragraph with the title, because your paragraph is going to be where you're going to paste your article in there, where you're going to put in your main article. And you're creating a mini website here, so you could create additional reviews about that product. You could make additional additions to this product. Whatever the case might be, you can do that here. So where it says title, click here to edit. You're going to just take that, plug in your core keyword phrase up there. And then where it says paragraph, go ahead and take your article and you could just paste that in there as well. And notice I pasted from a Word document, so you're going to see kind of the formatting issues and why it's best to paste from a TextPad file. But I wanted to show that point to you guys so you guys see what happens. So now you have to go back and edit that. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that be prepared to go back and edit these if you paste directly from a Word document. So here you go. You can just come in here and adjust that content, though. It's just like working in a Word document format. Okay, so we're almost set here with this mini Weebly site. Now, one thing, you want to make sure these are clickable and linked up. So if you want to link up text, just highlight and click right there. Click on that little link icon, and then it gives you options to choose linking to internal pages, to linking to an external website. It just gives you a lot of different options there. So you can choose what you want to do with that. So for this example, we're going to choose create a website. And so we're going to link directly, to your affiliate link as an example. So I'm going to go grab that affiliate link here. Oops. And Weebly sometimes can be a little bit slow, as it is here. It does this more often than you think. It is a free service, so keep that in mind and take that with a grain of salt, but it is very, very important. It's a good element to your online marketing. Really, the main aspect is you want to copy and paste your article in there, and you want to make sure that your link, if you copied it from the Word document, copied over. But you want to just make sure you highlight it and that you select the option for your link. And when you're done doing any kind of editing whatsoever, just click outside of the box, and that will take things to a more normal state. Now, if you want to add in things like Google AdSense to your Weebly page, you could do that by dragging this down here as another, by dragging this down onto your Weebly site, and really anything you drag will start showing up there within this area. And so when you're done with creating your Weebly site, So when you're done, for some reason it did not take my title, so let's go back and type that in. And then just click outside the box, and then you can test the link. And when you're done creating your Weebly site, just go in and hit publish. But you can do a lot of features back here, like add additional pages, like if you want to add additional reviews. You can even add an entire blog to Weebly, which is another thing that once you create a blog, you could start doing RSS feed marketing and taking RSS feeds and distributing those as well. So keep that in mind. So at this point, though, we just need to do this for a very basic page for now, just to get something up quickly. So just hit publish, and then create your subdomain. And it looks like that's not available, so let's choose that one. And that is available. So that's the product name and the review. And the reason I'm promoting this product, it is a fabulous product, and it's put together by my business partners, Jeff Wellman's son. And so if anybody's wondering why I'm creating that, this is why I'm actually behind this product. It's a very, very good product, and Keith is actually joining on a project with Jeff and I coming up as well. So we're now publishing the site. And so it now says your site has been successfully published. Now notice how I use my keyword phrase that I'm trying to rank for in the domain name of the site. That's really important. So whenever you're doing Weebly, make sure that you do that, because that is essential as far as getting some increased ranking. It makes a big, big impact on your overall ranking. So notice here, I've got my main keyword phrase right up here. My title's there. You've got great title tag right here. It's got the header of the article. It's just well laid out for search engine optimization. It's got the keywords in the URL as well. So this is a well-structured Weebly page. You can click here to make sure it takes you to the offer, and it sure does. So it works out perfect. So now you know, now that that's done, just hit close, and then go ahead and just log out of your account. And you can always log back in to check your stats to add more pages and add more content to Weebly. So let's head back to the presentation here, and let's quickly go over Blogspot. I know we've covered Blogspot before. We've done briefly with Weebly, but I just wanted to do a more in-depth way on how to use Weebly. That's why I went back through it again. Blogger.com, if you have a Google account, you also can set up a Blogger account. If you don't have a Google account, just simply choose Create a Blog and go through the steps to create your Google account. Now what you're going to do with Blogger.com is you want to come right over here, and I'm just going to log into one of my accounts here. And you want to create a site related to whatever keyword phrase or whatever offer that you're trying to go for. So for example, just choose Create a Blog and put in your blog title. So the blog title again would be your keyword phrase. And then put in your blog address. And then hit check availability, and that blog address is available. And then put in your word verification right here. And then hit continue. Now once you've set up your Blogger, just choose a layout. It's as simple as pointing and clicking your mouse. All these are very easy. You don't need web design skills. You don't need special websites to do any of these things. And this applies for promoting any kind of product. So then let's just choose green, because we're kind of dealing with the money topic. So let's hit green there. Hit continue. And your blog has been created, and then choose start blogging. Now what you're going to do after you've selected start blogging is quickly put on your first post, which in this case is going to be your very first article. So let's just put in that keyword since he's the creator of the product. Or actually, let's just go review, and then we could do some more posts on him later if we wanted to add some value to it. Now just select, for this example, edit HTML, and then just copy and paste this in here. So copy from that OpenOffice document or your Word document. And the reason I chose edit HTML is just because it makes it a little easier to copy and paste the content, and you don't run into the issues if you do it under the compose option. So that's important to note. Now right here you want to make sure that you have some good links going to whatever offer you have. Now for this particular example, I'm trying to get people to just visit directly the affiliate site because I want this page itself to rank. So I'm getting traffic for this affiliate offer. Now in your example, you would want to create the anchor text link, the clickable text. You want that to include your core keyword phrase in it. So for example, I was happening to link this keyword phrase, Easy Sales Formula. I would want to link it over to my blog, and it's something that I will add to this as well because I've got a blog post about it, and I want that blog post to rank in the search engines also. So any text that you want to make the clickable text, which in most cases, if you're trying to do this for not only traffic but increased backlinks, which increase your search engine rankings, to get the most benefit for your backlinks, this should be like your core keyword phrase. So you want to highlight that, make it bold, hit the hyperlink button right there, and then take it to the affiliate offer, which in this case I'm linking to an affiliate product. Otherwise, you could be linking to your own site, to your own page to build your list, whatever the case might happen to be. So then hit OK right there. And then you could actually copy and paste this right down here in place of that. And notice I highlighted the text and hit the B button to make it bold. And now the next thing I want to do here is look for the keyword phrase that I'm trying to rank for. So let's say, enjoy the Easy Sales Formula is very powerful. So then I can highlight that and link directly to my particular website. So another feature is if I wanted to get my website ranked for another keyword, so enjoy the Easy Sales Formula is a very powerful method for learning how to make money online. And if make money online is my main keyword phrase, and as an example for an anchor text link, I would highlight that. You don't have to make it bold, and then I could just choose that link and then link right over to my site as well. And then put in your tags. So let's just put in the tags here. And then hit publish post. And then you could choose view your blog. And there it is. There's the blog. There's the links going to your offer. There's everything set up right there. And there's the anchor text link, which will help rank in the search engine. So there it is right there. Now one other way after you set up a blogger.com post is you want to come right over here to where it says post Adam. So in this point I'm going to sign out here in my blog. And I'm just going to go Easy Sales Formula.blog. So let's go back to our page here. So there it is. There's our little page. And one thing you could do, you could also add banners to your right side. So you have banners going to your offers, to your website, whatever it is. You could do all sorts of things. In your About Me, you could do links to your site and your profile. There's just a lot of functions and features that you can do. But again, notice your title tags up here, your keywords in the website name, your keywords right here. Keep in mind, all of these elements are great for search engine optimization. You want to optimize every single Web 2.0 property that you use. And one other thing is my keyword is Easy Sales Formula. Your keyword might be Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. Your keyword might be your business name because you're trying to increase your exposure. It might be your personal name. It might be the name of the latest and greatest TV that you're an affiliate for, that you're trying to promote. That's what the keywords that you're going to be using. So keep that in mind. It's very, very important. Now, one other aspect of Blogger.com that's really neat is they automatically syndicate your content into an RSS feed, which RSS stands for Real Simple Syndication. It's just a simple way to get your content fed out there. So one thing you do is go right on over and click on Post Adam. So choose Post Adam, and notice here right in this RSS feed is my article. And Post Adam is going to open up in a new tab like mine did, or a new window, and you would see up here in the browser, this is your RSS feed. So you would copy that, right click, choose copy, and you want to go over to a website called feedagg.com. So it's feedagg.com. So go right on over to feedagg.com and then select add feed. And then where it says add feed URL, you want to copy and paste that URL right in there, and then put in Easy Sales Formula. and then do the little verification number that they give you. It's going to be different every time. So put in your keyword there. Wherever I'm using Easy Sales Formula, keep in mind you're substituting for your keyword phrase. Now choose Save Feed. And there it is. Your feed on FeedAg is now listed right here. So now what this does is this FeedAg page itself oftentimes will rank high in the search engines. So here's your FeedAg page, and this is a really important component, is whatever title you have for your blogger blog, that is going to be the title of your FeedAg. So keep that in mind. Whatever title tag you see when you select Post Atom, so again, every single theme is going to be slightly different, but you're going to go to your blog's homepage, scroll to the bottom of it, and choose Post Atom. I don't know why they call it Post Atom, but they do. So Post Atom, you click on it, open it in the new tab, and scroll, and this is what it's going to look like. So the next thing that you want to do is submit it to FeedAg, and again, this is the title that was appearing in the title tag of my RSS feed, which was pulled from the title tag of my blog, the keyword that I'm trying to go for. That's why these Web 2.0 properties are so good to use, because they rank well in the search engines, because they apply good search engine principles. They figure if everyone's creating their content, they may as well get some good rankings with it. So that's why your keyword should also be in these properties, because when you submit the RSS feed page itself, which notice links to my affiliate offer, is also going to be out there and also going to possibly rank in the search engines. So now you've given yourself another exposure, and it took actually literally a few minutes to do. I'm just taking the same content, and you might be screaming duplicate content, and that's actually not true. The duplicate content penalty is actually a myth. Basically, duplicate content is only for having, and I've said this many times before, but I just want to address it because we have some new people joining us today, and want to make sure that this point is made solid, that duplicate content only applies to having the exact same content on your website. Having unique title tags throughout your website is very, very important. And so that's one thing, you want to make sure you have unique title tags. You want to make sure you have unique article content throughout your website. This means, when I say unique, I'm meaning, only have it appear on your site one time. You don't want to have the same article or the same content appear 5 times on your website, because that will be looked upon poorly by the search engines. The search engines do not automatically blacklist or de-index websites or content that is the same exact content. And the reason that holds true is if you look at any article that CNN.com publishes, any article that multiple news sources have published, any promotions that you've done, like submitting an article, any article that's been submitted, it's picked up more than one time in the search engines. If duplicate content penalty was truly what people think it is, you would see that result only one time. So I'm just saying that because I know at the end here I'm going to get asked that question, will it hurt me? What you want to do is make sure that you have the unique content on your own website. Try to have good, solid content on your website. But if you happen to have the same article on your site, it's not going to kill you. But search engines do like good, unique content on your own site. But as far as using this content over and over to submit to multiple Web 2.0 properties, to submit to article directories, I say go for it and continue using it, because it's all about exposure when you get to this. It's not about let's take one article and rewrite it 100 times so we can distribute it. You'd be much better off writing 100 different articles on 100 different keywords and distributing those. And that may seem a little extreme, but that's the truth. And that's huge for you. And so that's where that is so important. So again, that's Blogger.com and FeedAg, 2 sources you can leverage together. Now the next site we're going to talk about here that I brought up in the presentation is Zimbio.com. So Zimbio.com, let's head on over to Zimbio.com. So here is Zimbio.com. What Zimbio is it is basically, it's a site where basically it's like a news site that's kind of a social news site. It's a very powerful Web 2.0 property. Again, look at the page rank of it, 6 of 10. It's got good authority. So there is a registration button here. So you could start out by entering your name and email address. So I'm going to just do that here. And when I'm creating a whole variety of different Web 2.0 properties, or if I'm promoting different sites, I will sometimes use the, if you have a Bluehost account, I will set up a different, email address for each kind of different property I want to set up. And I will use a unique email address because they'll let you have multiple accounts under unique emails typically. And so I create a unique email address so I can set up different accounts that target different products, different services. And you do that by just setting up an email forwarder. And if you have cPanel, just contact your hosting company to ask them how to do that. And you set up an email forwarder to forward to like your main email, so you can quickly check the email and click on the confirmation link. So I'm just creating a random name here. And just plug in these keywords here. And this is a really neat feature. Once you've set up your Zimbio.com account, it's going to ask you to enter the blog URL. And you can enter the web page of your blog or your feed URL. Now, keep in mind what we just did. We just set up an RSS feed, and we just set up a blog with Blogger. So you can come right over here to blogger.com, copy, and paste it directly into Zimbio right here. And then hit submit. And notice what just happened here. They put in my exact article from my Blogger site right here. It's fed right in here. It's going to ask me if it looks right. I'll say yes, it does look right. Promote your blog. Yes, promote my blog. And then hit link blog at the bottom. Now if you want to, you could add a Zimbio badge to your site. Or you could just choose continue with registration. I'm just going to choose continue with registration. And then your mugshot, you could choose your own image if you want to for branding. Put in your real name, set up your entire profile if you wanted to. But when you're first setting up your account, you could just choose skip. Okay, and then they give you some tutorials on that as well. Okay, and then now, here we go. You can just choose ping your blog, and it will automatically start pinging your blog. And it will feed in that new content. Now it's going to ask you for an area to place that content. So you want to choose search, and then choose a category. Marketing your internet business, that would be a good category for that. And then choose post article. So now the article has been posted. And now the article has been posted, so you can come here to my account. And just select articles under your account and click right here to look at the article that automatically was fed in from your blog. Notice how it is also keyword rich. It's also on a targeted category. This is a high authority website. This page again can rank in the search engines. So there you have it. Click here to watch this powerful video. It goes right to my offer. There's now a nice link to my website. They do some things where they kind of mask the affiliate, the URL to your site, but that's not a huge deal there. Now you could also choose like an RSS feed where your article would show up, and you could do more promoting of that RSS feed as well if you wanted to. Now inside here, if you want to, let's say you want to add another article, just go right under here, and maybe you could do ping blog. Like if I were to add a new post, I would choose ping blog, and it would bring in my additional articles. I could also choose to submit a new blog, or I could choose write an article, where all I'm doing is I simply come in here, I write an article for a new information product, and I take it and I could paste it right in there. So I could take the title of my article would be your keyword phrase, copy and paste it in there. I could put in another review of this product, maybe target the product owner's name, maybe try a different variation on this. And so I hope that gives you an idea of how powerful Zimbio.com is, because Zimbio.com pages also will rank well in the search engines. So when you're done using the account, just simply click on log out, and you are complete with your Zimbio page. So that's how you combine those four Web 2.0 properties together. So notice how wonderful that worked, how smooth that is. You could even use, as an example, if you were to write slightly different content on Weebly, you could actually create the blog on Weebly and add the Weebly blog there. So it gives you a lot of different options and a lot of different flexibility. Now, real briefly, we're going to talk about picture sharing websites. Basically, it's another method for getting additional exposure for your main keyword phrases. You want to use your keywords as the title of your image. And you want to include your tags when you make your descriptions. And so you want to use, again, your keywords as the title of your image, and I'll show you on one picture site how to promote it. And then you want to place a link within your description so that you get that benefit of a link going to your site, which increases your traffic. You also want to include your core keyword phrase in the exact description. Now you could use some things, like let's say, Flickr.com, that's the biggest one, one of the bigger ones. Photobucket.com is another one. And then you can go to Google and type in the phrase photo sharing. Now I'm going to show you as an example how to use Flickr.com. So I'm going to just click on Flickr.com here. It's Flickr, Flickr.com. And what you're going to do is choose create your account. Now if you already have actually a Yahoo ID, you simply would sign up and create your account with that Yahoo ID, or you would log in with that. So it makes life much easier for you. Now there we go. When you're new here to the site, you could choose, different things, like you could create your buddy icon, which would be like your picture. And you could go to skip this step. Now this step, I've already set my Flickr URL, but you would come to a spot where it says for you to set your Flickr URL. So what you would do here is you would actually go through the process of putting in your core keyword phrase. Now I'm doing this for a golf niche. I'm actually going to, just a random product that I decided to use it for some of these examples. This would be a golf product to drive traffic to a golf site. So I'm using the keyword golf swing training as my Flickr URL, because what that does is the search engines pick that up and they would potentially index that page. So put in your core keyword phrase as your custom Flickr URL, just like you do a Squidoo or any of those. Personalize your profile. That's kind of a pen name I was just using just as a test. And then describe yourself. You could talk about who you are, why you're important, why you do what you do, whatever it is there. And then go through that process. And now you're ready to rock now that you've set it up. So you can go here to upload images. So you can choose photos or images from your computer. So I'm just going to go to My Pictures. And I'm going to select, let's see, a random picture. Let's say related to golf. I already did another golf image. Let's see here. So I'm just browsing on my computer for some random images. Okay, so I found an image I'm going to use. Let's see here if this one will work. And it looks good, so I'm just going to grab it. And then right here where it says set privacy, you want to make sure it's set as public. And you could actually add more images if you wanted to by choosing add more, so you could upload more at one time. So notice how it would let you do that. And then choose upload photos and video. So it should take just a moment. Now it says finish next, add a description. Make sure you choose that option. So this is just like an ebook cover that I chose. But the title of the image, make sure it's your keyword. So I'm going to use golf swing secrets. Let's see. Let's go perfect golf swing secrets. And then for description, just like you're doing like a YouTube video, start off with your URL. Learn more perfect golf swing secrets with this great guide. And then put in for the tags your keyword phrase. And the search engines will also look up this keyword phrase typically in your tag, so they will see it there. And then just hit save. So now notice here when you go to that photo, you'll see right here, here's the link. Notice right here in the keyword, the title tag has my core keyword phrase, perfect golf swing secrets. There's the image for the book. There's a little description with the link directly over to the particular website. So there it is. It linked right over there, and there you have it. So that's how you use picture marketing to promote your business. PhotoBucket go along the same lines. Title your image your core keyword phrase, just like with the other photo sharing websites. So just go to Google and type in photo share. All right, guys, Paul Counts here, and today we are going to be talking about Fortune 500 link building strategies. So again, like I mentioned, these are strategies that you can use to build high quality search engine friendly backlinks to your website to rank it in the search engines. And a lot of the stuff that I'm going to cover here is basically related I'm going to cover stuff that we have not covered yet, because a lot of link building things relate to subjects that we've already discussed, which I'm going to show you that in a moment. So without further ado, link building is one of the most important factors for increasing the ranking of your website in the search engines. It is right alongside having good title tags and having good content on your site. This is right up there as one of the most important search engine factors. If you think of backlinks, think of them as votes for your website. So the more votes that your site has, the higher it's going to rank as compared to the competition. And the more high quality votes from a website, so say a site that would be considered high quality, meaning it has a good Google PageRank, which I'll share that with you in a moment, that would mean that that site carries more weight in the search engines. And so therefore, one high quality site linking to your site could be better for you than maybe 10 so-so websites linking into you. So keep that in mind too. So if you're going against sites that have maybe thousands of links, you can actually rank right up with them with 100 to 200 quality links. So keep that in mind. So and that's what I like so much about link building. It's one of the elements of search engine optimization that I discussed that gives you a chance to rank with some of the most competitive websites on the market. And we're talking Fortune 500 sites. We're talking, the Petco, the PetSmarts, the Walmart.coms, the Starbucks, the Amazon.com, things like that. Those are sites I've been able to rank or outrank in many cases by just implementing proper link building methods. And that's why this one's so important, and I really enjoy this lesson. Basically, link building, like I said, it allows small businesses with very small advertising budgets to compete with Fortune 500 companies that don't use many of these strategies to build backlinks. What you find with a lot of Fortune 500 large companies is they really just rely on their name and things like that to get their links to their website. And so they generate a lot of backlinks just by default because they're huge companies. People always are talking about them. There's people writing blog posts about them. They're on the news. They're on news websites. They're all over the place. And so they don't really do a lot with backlinking. For one, they don't really feel like it's that important to them in some cases, as you can see that in many cases. But most of the time, they just don't need to worry about it because they're so big. And so they don't use some of these strategies that I'm going to talk about. And so that gives you an open window and an opportunity to outrank them in the search engines. So one of the main cores of link building is you want to get a variety of quality links to your website. So I've talked about before how when you're doing any kind of internet marketing, you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. So you don't want to just be focused on article marketing because, you want to make sure that you're well-rounded. You don't want to have all your marketing eggs, so to speak, in that one basket to where if you lost that basket, you're pretty much, in trouble. So, so you want to use article marketing, video marketing, press release marketing, podcasting, photo marketing, all the stuff that we've gone over in this course. These are all elements that you want to incorporate. And what's great about all these elements and why I'm doing link building now after teaching you these methods is that almost every single one of those methods that I've taught you, from Web 2.0 properties to even podcasting to software linking or software marketing, everything that I've discussed with you in some way can allow for link building for you. So keep that in mind. All those things that we talked about can build backlinks to your website. And more backlinks to your site, again, mean higher ranking. So all these things, not only will your articles help you get traffic from the article sites themselves, not only will the videos help you get traffic, the press releases, all of it works synergistically together in a nice little circle to where they build up your inbound links to your site, your quality inbound links to your site. So your site itself will rank higher in the search engines because of what you do, and those Web 2.0 properties themselves will be ranking up there to get you traffic, and also increasing your exposure, and exposure means more traffic. So that's how all this stuff gels and melds together and works so well together. I think mel is a word I just made up, but gels together to work so well together. Now, one thing you want to use is you do want to use the Google toolbar to check PageRank on websites that you're looking for. So I'm going to show you here what the Google toolbar looks like here. So let's just pull up a window here so you guys can see it. Right up here is the Google toolbar. Let me pull up a site here. Let's say, let's just pull up this site here. This is a website that I am a partner on now and helped start, really push this thing into gear. So here's the PageRank. It has gone down lately. But there it is, PageRank 2 of 10. So, that's a so-so PageRank. That's not all that great. Now, PageRank kind of is one of those things where if a website has a PageRank 5 and a website has a PageRank 2, or a website has a PageRank 9 going against a site with a PageRank 2, it doesn't always mean that the smaller page, like this site, even though it's PageRank 2, still will outrank Amazon in many cases, which is a much bigger site. But really what it does, it gives you kind of a rough indication as to what the, basically what the PageRank is. It just gives you a rough estimate as to the quality Google sees for that site. So anything above a 4 or 5, you're doing pretty good as far as PageRank goes. So here's one right here. You've got, let's see, PageRank 6 of 10. This is kind of ironic. This guy right here knows somebody that is on this chat, or is actually with us here. That's kind of interesting. Small world. But anyways, Easing Articles has a PageRank of 6 of 10, so that tells you they're a high-quality site. You can download this by going to Google and grabbing the Google toolbar. So just go to Google and typing in Google toolbar. So it's toolbar.google.com, so toolbar.google.com, and you can download this toolbar for Firefox and use it in that way. So you can download the Google toolbar and go ahead and use it however you wish there. So we're going to go right back to our presentation here. And so you want to use the Google toolbar to check the PageRank of the potential sites you're grabbing a link from, just to get a rough idea as to the quality Google sees in that site. The higher the quality, the chances it's going to be a good link. But a lot of people get mixed up in PageRank and they say, well, that site's only got a PageRank 1, I don't want a backlink from it. Still try to get the backlink from it, but if you can, try to go for the ones with the higher PageRank links. But in most cases, excuse me, Jeff? Oh, you do? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Apparently when I was on that last screen, it went black. So let me show you the Google toolbar one more time. The recording won't show that, so let's go right back here to the site and let you guys get a look at that. So if you go here to okay, so it looks like you guys should be seeing the screen now. Okay, so you should be seeing the screen. Now where I was at, I believe you guys can still hear me. And basically with the Google toolbar, what you want to do is basically just go to toolbar.google.com to grab the Google toolbar. So we're going to go back and stay on the PowerPoint since that seems to be what it wants us to do here. So I'm going to just jump back here. I appreciate the phone call from a good friend telling me that. Okay, so here we are, types of link building. And if you guys don't mind, I apologize for this, but go ahead and type chat to me and tell me if you can still hear me. I just want to make sure. I apologize for that glitch. I'm not sure what happened. So I'm going to go ahead and stay Okay, so I'm just going to stay on the PowerPoint for this. I apologize for any inconvenience. Every time I switch off of this, for some reason, it takes me back to, it takes you off the air. So it's kind of interesting. So, okay, so we're just going to stay on the PowerPoint slide here as we go through here. So types of link building. We have online directory links, article directory links, article content links, or content exchanges. Basically what that is, for those that are wondering what's the difference between that and regular article directories, that would be where you're submitting content. So an article of, say, 500 words or 400 words, it's unique content, and you're going out to a webmaster. So let's say you want to write some unique content for me, just as an example. If anybody wants to, I will gladly accept it, just so you know. I have had a couple people do that for me, and it really helped me. It got me more content on my blog that I thought was good content, and it helped them because they got a search engine friendly backlink going to their website. And so it worked out great for everybody. So everybody benefited that way. So article content links are great because they do that for you. So they work very, very well that way. So basically, as far as that goes, is you would offer to write an article for another marketer. So you would go and you would say, hey, Jeff Wellman, or maybe you're in the weight loss niche market. So you contact somebody there, you're in personal development. So you go approach a guy like Bob Yeager in the personal development niche, and you say, hey, I'm interested in writing some content for your blog, something of that nature. So you go out and approach them, and you would say, I'm interested in writing, 5 articles. So you give them maybe 1 or 2 articles. For example, you say, I'm going to write, a unique article of 500 words for you. And, basically inside the article, you would just have a link going to your site, and it would be a good search engine friendly link that I'll be discussing here. And that's how that works. And why it's so beneficial is you're getting a link on a site that could be considered a high authority site. So you only want to do this with sites that you find that are big content producers in your niche market, that are considered, authoritative type sites within that niche market, or even sites that, may not be heavily popular, but also that still have a good page rank, So there's a lot of sites that tons of people don't know about that still have high page ranks. So that's what you can do when you're doing that. So that's how you can use article content for links when you're doing content exchanges. Basically, you're exchanging content for a backlink. And the key there is you only want to use this article one time, and I'm going to explain that too. Now, article directories, I don't need to go into much detail on that because we've already covered article marketing in an entire training lesson that you find here on your download page. Online directory links, I'm going to go in depth on that one because we haven't really covered that much. Press release links, we went over all about press release marketing and how to market yourself with online PR and how to drive traffic to your site. And in that, if you follow that steps, it's going to get you links from press release sites. So those are some different ways to do link building. Blog commenting, I'm going to go in a little bit more detail on what that is. Reciprocal link exchanges, I'll talk briefly about that. Social bookmarking, we've done an entire module on social bookmarking as well, or some training with that incorporated into it. So we're not going to go into that in this lesson, but that's another form of link building. Video and podcasting, we've already covered that as well. Same with Web 2.0 properties. So we've gone over most of these steps, but I'm going to go in detail on several of these that we have not covered yet and give you a few more strategies. Software directory links, we've gone over that. And then classifieds and forum signatures, we've actually discussed that. Apologize for that typo there. So forum signatures, those would be like going out to forums in your niche market. And basically, most of them under the control panel, depending on what kind of forum, most of them have what's called a control panel. And you just simply log in there, and what you do is, basically you log in, and then what you're going to do is just put in your your signature as the link to your website. So you link off to your website from the signature, and you go in there and you make posts and you interact with people, and you don't spam the form, but you just interact. And that's a great way I found actually to get some good backlinks and also traffic, like definite traffic that you can measure, which is what this course is about. We're going on beyond just SEO. We're going here into traffic, and that's really what's going to help set you apart from, what you do compared to what other marketers are doing that might just be focusing on just SEO, and you're looking at the overall picture. So anchor text links and then quantity of links versus quality of links. I'm going to talk about that here next. It is best if you have quality links going to your website instead of just large quantities of links. So if you think of the fact that, yes, even though more links means more votes, more quality votes than the competition means is just as every bit as good as having a greater quantity of links or a greater amount of links. And so keep that in mind. So look for quality links that, like I talked about, have a good PageRank. And the PageRank bar, I wish I'd put a picture in here now, but the PageRank bar, for those that are wondering, and I don't want to jump off the screen again, but the screen blacked out here, so I'm going to discuss it. The PageRank bar, you can go to toolbar.google.com, and under options, make sure you enable the PageRank toolbar to show up. It'll be under the options section, I believe. Once you install that, there will be an options, and then it's under like options, more options, and then you'll just choose to view the PageRank toolbar. And some computers already have that installed, or browsers, it's already there. But if it's not, just go to toolbar.google.com and access it. And the Google toolbar, basically, there will be a PageRank indicator. It's a green bar, and it tells you, basically, if you read it left to right, which is how you should read it, the more green space you see covered up, and is the easiest way to describe it, the better Google views that site as far as a quality site. That means they've given it a better PageRank. They view it as a more high authority website, so to speak. An authority website is a site that they see as a site that people are spending a lot of time on. There's a lot of people going to that site. And so that's what an authority site is. So the higher the PageRank, the better it is. If you're looking at a site that I like to say sites that, 2 up, 2 above, that's, that means Google likes that site. They've got some interest in that site. PageRank 0, sometimes that could mean it's just a new site, though. So it doesn't mean you don't want to get that link, but if it's really hard to get that link, like if you're writing unique articles just for that one person, don't do it for a PageRank 0. Try to do it for a site with a PageRank 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that, because that's going to give you a little better benefit. And so that's kind of one gauge you can look at. You can also look around at their site and look at how much content they have. If they have tons of content, then that's a site that the search engines are naturally going to like. So keep that in mind. So if they have tons of content, then that's a good thing too. If they only have like 5 pages of content, then maybe look for something else, because Google looks at how much content they have to consider if they would be like an authority site. They look at PageRank, and oftentimes they'll give PageRank to sites with a lot of content. So look at it that way and try to look for those quality links. If you can get links from quality and relevant websites going to your website, it will result in a great boost of your search engine ranking. So keep in mind that even sites that may not pass PageRank for you can still increase traffic through clicks, and that's really important. That's a really important factor. So even though sites may not pass PageRank, they can still increase your amount of traffic through through clicks. So like I talked about, there's some sites that don't give you a direct link benefit, so they don't actually boost your link popularity in Google. Some sites automatically put those on there because they don't want people going on there and spamming their websites, which is what happens a lot of times. Is there's people in our industry that do things that are trying to promote things extra heavy, and they just mess it up for all of us because they work too hard. You've always heard that one person can ruin it for everybody, and that's really what happens a lot of times in internet marketing and in SEO especially. Is there's people that go out there and they just spam and spam and spam, and they'll post like all sorts of junky posts. They'll post random content just to get backlinks. And if you're doing it ethically, there's ethical ways to get these backlinks, but they don't care, and so they ruin it for everybody. And so they end up putting these measures where they do things like what's called a no-follow link and things like that. And so it may not give you the best benefit possible, as another link. But these sites can still get you traffic by having more exposure. So all is not lost when you're doing this stuff online. So there's some SEO people that would teach you that, oh, stay away from it, don't get a backlink from it. I teach go for it, take the effort, do it, and that's why I'm teaching you all these methods, because it's more about SEO. It's all about traffic, and exposure results in traffic, and that's really important. So tell the search engines what your site is about with anchor text links that have your keywords in there. Basically, anchor text link is the clickable text of the link, and that should be your core keyword phrase, or the keyword phrase you are trying to go for. And so when I'm talking about what an anchor text link is, think of the blue part. A lot of times you see a blue link that might say click here, and that's not a good anchor text link. That's not telling the search engines what to find on that page, unless that page is about click here, which wouldn't be really, that'd be kind of weird. So basically, if the page was about, let's say, like weight loss tips, for example here, let me show you that. So the keyword phrase is weight loss tips. Let's say your main website is weight loss tips. or you have an article within your website that's talking about weight loss tips, and you want to link directly to that article. And I know we've already covered anchor text links before in like a couple different sessions, but I do want to jump on it when I'm talking about link building here one more time because it's so essential and so important. So you want to find more information on effective and proven weight loss tips on their website. So let's say you're writing a whole blog post or an article or something like that, and you could say so-and-so is an expert on weight loss. You could find more information on effective and proven weight loss tips on their website. And notice that's the link. The blue underlined part that I show you here is the actual link. That's the anchor text. That is the clickable text. And it actually is showing that if you're providing an anchor text link, a lot of people say, well, you need to have click here in the link because that increases conversion. It actually has shown that people are more likely to actually click on an anchor text link that's done correct sometimes than the click here link, simply because that's the content they're interested in. That's the content they're interested in, and oftentimes people don't like to be forced to do things. They don't like to be told, oh, click here, or you must click here, or something like that. They get turned off by that. People don't like marketing, but they like looking for information. They get turned off by marketing because they see it all the time. And so, don't worry about it hurting your conversions or something. It might end up helping you some. So, use your anchor text properly. Use it effectively, just like I did there as an example. So that would be what an anchor text link would look like. So if you're using WordPress, Joomla, or any other, content editor, or in most HTML editors, standard HTML editors, you can easily create an anchor text link by highlighting the text that you want to link up. So if you had this article, you would highlight that text, weight loss tips, put your mouse over it, highlight it, and then go up and click on, it looks like a paperclip. I call it the paperclip icon, but it looks like they call it the link icon too, but it looks like a paperclip. And it's up on the browser. Like if you're in Microsoft Word, you actually see, there's an option for that too somewhere in there as well. But you're not going to be designing sites in Microsoft Word, I hope. So if you're using like an HTML editor, this could be Composer, Kompozer. It's a free HTML editor that you could be using. Could be Dreamweaver, it could be Microsoft Front Page, Expressions Web Design, whatever it is, whatever editor you're using. Even in WordPress and Joomla, I know they have this too. There's a little paper clip icon they call it, it's for creating links. So highlight the text that you want to link up, highlight it, and then click on that little paper clip, and then type in the URL of the exact page where you're trying to send that traffic to, and that's going to create a clickable text or an anchor text. So here's a code, though, if you want to actually do the HTML coding itself. If for some reason you're not using an editor, it doesn't want to have it, or maybe you just want to do it yourself with code, this is what the code would look like. So it would be like, let's say this is, CountOnUsPR.com. This is my SEO firm. Search engine optimization. That's the keyword phrase right there, search engine optimization, maybe that I'm trying to rank for, because that's what I offer people. So that would be my anchor text. Oops. I apologize for that. Okay, so that would be my anchor text, would be right here, and then the href equals, that would be the link. Now, when I created this presentation, I still had to go to Google and type in HTML link code. So don't feel bad if you need to do that, so you can copy and paste this code in there as well to use. I just, for some reason I can't memorize this 100% exactly. I probably could, and I don't expect you to either. Just type into Google HTML link code if you want to have the link code. But in most cases, like I said in the point above, you shouldn't even have to worry about even grabbing the code. So it should be as simple as highlighting the text and making it clickable. And that's, as simple as that. But if you're actually submitting articles, like the article directories, I talk about this in more detail in the article marketing lesson. But in your HTML resource box, because they give you a chance to do HTML, this is HTML code for those that aren't aware, because we have all varying skill sets here. So this is HTML. This coding that I'm showing you here is HTML coding. So you could copy in that coding into your HTML resource box to include your link. But again, I cover that more in the article lesson as well, just like we cover this actually in the Squidoo lesson as well. So that's what anchor text links are. That's why you should use them. They're very beneficial to you because an anchor text link will actually give you more benefit or more boost than a link that might just be your URL. And so it's okay though if you're just linking your website. If that's the only way you can get a link, then that's what you need to do. Don't stress about it. Every link is a positive link for you, but if you can make them anchor text link, it's that much better. So keep that in mind. Now check competitor links. So getting links that your top competition is getting can be very important to your overall success. So type in the keyword phrase that you want to go after in Google and look at the links that your top 10 competitors are getting. So type in the keyword phrase that you want to go after. I just want to reiterate that. So you want to type in that phrase in Google. So let's say weight loss tips is the keyword phrase we're going for in Google. You would go to Google and you would type in, weight loss tips into Google. I would show you all this right now, but unfortunately the computer is acting up. So for some reason when I leave PowerPoint, it actually makes the screen go black. We're always learning lessons here. So use Yahoo Site Explorer to track backlinks and get ideas of new spots to get links. So Yahoo Site Explorer, just go to Google if you don't want to remember this URL. It's siteexplorer.search.yahoo.com, but you could just go to Google and type in Yahoo Site Explorer. And what you use this tool for is basically it allows you to track backlinks and get ideas of new sites, new spots to get links. So you can track the backlinks of your competitors. So what you would do in the first step is go to Google and type in weight loss tips into Google. Type in weight loss tips into Google. And then once you've done that, what you're going to do next is you want to go and you want to look for, after you've typed in weight loss tips, then you want to go to siteexplorer.yahoo and put in the URL of a couple of the top 10 websites into the Site Explorer site. So they have an option where it says, check this URL or search this URL or explore this URL. Put in your link into that option. It's at the top of the site. So siteexplorer.yahoo.com. Put in your link there. And what you're going to find is it's going to tell you in links and links on the page. Click on in links because that's going to tell you links going into that website. And what it's going to show you is basically a listing of sites. It's basically going to show you this is where this site is getting traffic from. So it's going to actually break it down that way for you. So it's going to tell you that that this site, particular site that you found on the top 10 of Google, actually has backlinks coming from these 10 or 20 different websites, or some of them will even have 1,000 different links. And you can go through each and every one of those websites and you can click through to those websites. I recommend just right-clicking and opening in a new tab and then just looking for that actual site. Like oftentimes you'll see it right away. Okay, so this is how they got a backlink on this website. And you'll find that you can find a lot of niche websites and you'll find things like, okay, so they made a blog comment on this site, so I should do the same thing because that's what my competition's doing. And if Google likes where they're ranking, then I want to get up in that top 10 ranking too, or I want to bump them out, so I'm going to do kind of what they're doing. You're basically just duplicating their link strategy, but you're doing it by looking at the top 10 sites so that you can actually do more than what just one of them is doing. So I hope that makes sense. Basically, if you can exceed what they're doing on a link building level, there's a very good chance you're going to outrank them. Not 100% guaranteed, but a very, very good chance, very solid chance that you're going to outrank them among all your other competitors. And so you want to look for those competitors. You want to dig deep, look for those competitors with the siteexplorer.search.yahoo. If you have questions on how to use that, don't hesitate to email me. But it's very straightforward. You're just basically putting in the URL of the competitor. So you do a Google search for the keyword phrase you've decided to target and go after. Look up the URL, copy and paste the URL, stick it into the window in Yahoo Site Explorer, then go through Yahoo Site Explorer, check in links is the option, and then browse through there and see, okay, they're getting links from this site, from this site, from that site. Just go through that step, go through that process, and it's going to open your eyes to new possibilities, to new places where you can get search engine friendly backlinks to your site. Sometimes the links may be in the form of, maybe it's in an article. So maybe they were able to submit an article. So you say, okay, these guys accept articles from other sources. So you contact them about doing an article. Maybe it was a link through a reciprocal link exchange. So maybe what happened is, somebody approached, basically you could approach that site too and say, hey, I've got a relevant site in this niche market. And I'm going to talk about reciprocal links because I know some of you out there might go, oh, that doesn't work for SEO. But I'll show you how it works with SEO. So maybe it was, through that way. Maybe they have a directory on their site. Maybe it's a niche directory. Maybe it's a social media platform. Basically, I hope you're getting the idea is you're looking for the competition. You're seeing where they're getting backlinks. You're basically just going back. And that's what I love about SEO is you can analyze your competition for free without doing anything. You don't have to pay a market analysis company, all this stuff. You get a look into their strategic online marketing strategy for free using this tool. And that's what I like so much about the Yahoo Site Explorer. And so it's definitely a great tool. So that's definitely some things that you would want to do. So can you guys still hear me okay? Just want to make sure. I just got a notice here. So just want to make sure you guys can all hear. Go ahead and type chat yes if you can. Okay, excellent. So glad to hear you guys can hear me okay. So basically, you know, that's what's so great about Yahoo Site Explorer. And that's why it is so beneficial to you. So with Yahoo Site Explorer, go ahead and use that tool. It's definitely a tool that you are going to want to use and a tool that you're going to want to look into taking a look at. So the next thing you want to do, again, like I said, type in the URL of your competitor and look for links. And what I say here is look for legitimate competitors. So as you're seeking your competitors out, sometimes it may not be the top 10 sites that you actually decide to look at. Maybe it's only 4 or 5 that seem like legitimate competitors. When I say legitimate competitors, where you can actually see some results, I'm talking about staying away from links for big brand names. Like as I was preparing this, I was running through some examples. I did a search for weight loss tips, and I found that there were several sites on there that were definitely marketing sites. Like I could go to them and they were like WordPress blogs, they were things like that. They were promoting affiliate products, all that stuff. So I could tell that, okay, this person ranks really well for my keyword phrase. They're definitely a competitor, you know, for that niche. And excuse me. So basically, yeah, they're definitely a competitor. And it looks like somebody I can compete with, because there are other sites on there like discovery.com. And now when I say look like sites I can compete with, yes, by getting the backlinks, you're able to compete with these sites. But when you're actually checking backlinks, like where these sites are getting their links from to achieve their high rankings, I don't recommend you use Fortune 500 sites. I don't recommend you use big brand names, because the places they're getting their backlinks from are sometimes the most off-the-wall, bizarre places that really isn't where you need to be focusing on. You need to be focusing on the mom and pop type websites that are ranking right among the Fortune 500s. So I hope that kind of makes sense. Like for example, the site I believe was like easyweightlasstips.net. They were ranking right up there with Discovery Health. Well, and the Discovery Channel, you know, that's on TV. So, you know, obviously there's going to be a ton of links out there for discovery.com, for the Discovery Channel from who knows where. So as you're doing this, look at your legitimate competitors. Look at the sites like easyweightlasstips.net. You know, look at sites like, you know, 101weightlossarticles.com, which you guys can all go check out. 101weightlossarticles.com as an example. Or you could look at any other combination, you know, of weight loss site. Like you'll know if it's a site that is a competitor. If it's a name that doesn't like instantly hit in your brand, you know, in your head that, okay, this is something like, you know, like if it's the name of some huge diet, you know, if that's the site.com, you know, like the Jenny Craig diet, you know, that may not be the best one to look at where they're getting links from, because they can be getting links from anywhere, you know, so look for the mom and pop type sites when you're doing that. And if you have to look at page 2 to see, you know, to get some more competitors, look at page 2 of Google, you know, to get some more competitors, to analyze their backlink structure. But this part's really important, checking your competitor backlinks. And if you have any questions, let me know on this tool. Online directory submissions. This is an area we haven't really gone into much. We've talked about all the other ones. But submitting your sites to online directories is still an effective way to get backlinks. Sometimes paying for a link in these directories is good, and it's actually a way to it's sometimes the only way to get listed in some of these. And basically all it does is, it's not really like you're paying, well, you are technically paying for the link, but you're more or less paying for a faster approval process. So it means like it could be the difference between waiting a year to actually get your backlink to waiting 24 hours to get your link, you know, things like that. So some of the top directories to look at listing is dmoz.org. That's one I'm sure you've probably heard about by now. And basically all you're doing when you're using dmoz.org is you want to browse for categories. You want to look for your category. So just browse around there till you find where your niche would fall. So if it's a weight loss site, look under health, weight loss, things like that. If it's a business site or internet marketing product, you know, business, internet marketing, things like that. And navigate till you get to your category, and then submit your site using their form. And one little tip that I want to share with you that not a lot of people share or know is dmoz.org can take you it could take up to 6 months to actually get your listing. There's no paid option. It's all free, and they only accept really high quality sites. So they want to have sites. So before you actually even submit your site to dmoz.org, you want to add some content to it. Like, for example, if you were to submit a sales page to them, there's a good chance they're not going to list it in their directory. So keep that in mind. So they may not list you in their directory if you just have a sales page site. But if you have a blog with good content around your niche market, like maybe you have 25 articles or 20 articles or things like that, then yeah, there's a good chance they will list you in the DMOZ directory. But dmoz.org, or maybe you have a shopping site with 50 products that you're selling, or 100 sites. Maybe you have 500 waterless cookware items, as an example. You could submit that site to dmoz.org. DMOZ is free to submit to. What's great about it is the Google directory is actually powered by DMOZ. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of high-quality directories that are actually powered by DMOZ results. So that means you not only get a link on dmoz.org, which is fabulous for you, but you end up getting a link on probably hundreds of additional websites. So this one little process, it's free to do. It's worth it, but I would wait till you've added some content to your site, which you want that content anyways, because that's going to help you in the search engines. Notice how all this stuff works together now. But dmoz.org, just look to get you the best chance to get a ranking faster once you have a quality site to submit and once you've added some articles to your site. So you beef it up a little bit. You want to look for the recently updated categories. And you can do that by looking at the bottom of the category. So if you look at the very bottom of the category on dmoz.org that you're thinking of submitting to, and you look all the way to the bottom, you would see it's like this little dinosaur dragon looking thing. And if the dragon's wearing like clothes, I know this sounds really funny, but it really is true. But if the dragon has been customized, like if it's been customized, it's wearing clothes, or it might be driving a car or something weird like that, then it means that editor or volunteer that's editing that category, because volunteers, is actually active because they're actively changing their little guy around. It'll also tell you right next to that little green character that person is actually when they last updated that directory, when the last update went in, and so you could see that, oh wow, so last month they just were in there and edited something. So that tells you, okay, they're fairly active, or 2 weeks ago they added something to this category. But if you go to a category and it says, it was last updated 2 years ago, which sometimes you run into that, then I would just submit to another category. And don't worry about that, because there's literally, we're talking thousands upon thousands upon, thousands of different categories in DMOZ. It's huge. And so you can find, if you can't find one weight loss directory, there's another more niche weight loss directory that may be more active. So keep that in mind. So that's some things to look for in DMOZ. And I've spent so much time on it because this is so important to you. Because if you get one link there, it's going to skyrocket your chances of ranking in quality links. The Yahoo directory, it does cost $299 a year, but just like DMOZ, it is a high quality link that's still valuable. And I would only do this one on a site. I wouldn't do this on every single niche site you have unless you want to and have a lot of marketing expenses. But I would do it on, if you have an authoritative site that your focus is really that site, or maybe you have 5 authority sites and you're just focused on getting these core websites ranked really high for, maybe it's weight loss, a site in weight loss, then it would be good to go to the Yahoo directory. So it's dir.yahoo.com, and you can just type in Google Yahoo directory and submit your site. It costs $299 a year, but it gets you a lot of backlinks and a ton of benefit. Another directory is the Best of the Web directory. Same story. It's $99.95 a year, but it's another great directory. LII.org, it's a library internet index website, and it's a free directory to submit to, and if you can get a link there, it's a very high authority link. And again, you want to submit quality sites here. And you're probably getting a theme here. If you have a quality site, these directories, which are human edited, and that's a quality of a good directory. So another search phrase you can do to find a quality directory is human edited directory, because a human edited directory means a person actually has to look at the site. And yes, that means you may not be able to submit every one of your sites, but it does mean your sites need to be of quality, and it means that the only sites you're going to find in there are quality websites. And so, this is where directory submissions have gotten a bad name, and SEO teachers and stuff say stay away from it because it doesn't work at all. Directories still work because there's quality directories out there that search engines still like. the search engines will like a directory that has quality, sites in it, that has sites with good content. They don't like some of these directories because they approve anything you submit to them automatically. And so they have sites, on Viagra or on casinos or gambling and all sorts of, adult sites, just all sorts of stuff that just, is not considered kosher in a lot of realms online. You see that all over. So consider, these human edited directories. Do a search for human edited directories and you can get a great list of more directories. You can even try human edited directories free submission, things like that. And sometimes they'll have free submissions, but it might take maybe 2 weeks to get approved. But if you want a guaranteed listing or you want, not guaranteed, but if you want faster approval, maybe you have to pay $8 or $14. And sometimes that can be worth it, if it means that they're going to give it a proper attention. And sometimes, not all of them, but most of the time they will give you a refund if they don't approve your site. I know the Yahoo directory won't issue a refund, but they will tell you what you can do to make sure your site gets approved, because they also look at quality of site. So make sure it's a quality site before you submit to that one. Joant.com is another great one, and GoGuides.com is another really good one. And like I said, you should consider human edited directories, but also consider niche directories and check the resource page for more top online directories. I'm going to give you a list of more top online directories along with this download. So make sure you check that out as well. So consider, like when you're looking at niche directories, do things like golf online directory, weight loss weight loss directory, fitness directory, health directory. And sometimes you have to go like, for golf, it might be better to do search for sports directory. For weight loss, it might be better to do a search for health directory. For internet marketing directories, you might be better to look for business directories, things like that. But look up those phrases in Google and find niche directories, because a niche directory can actually help you rank because it's a network of related websites, and search engines love relevancy. And so you have a good network of relevant websites, it can really help you. So submit your site to only directories which have your category or the spot you're going to submit it to. So once you've navigated to that directory and you said, okay, I'm going to submit myself to this category, because most of these directories work by making you go in there and browsing to the proper category. So you want to make sure your category is actually cached in the search engines. And so that's really important. When I say cached, it means that Google has actually indexed that listing. Google has actually indexed that specific page, not just the home page, but that specific page. Because if a page is in the Google's index, then that means the Google spiders have found that site, and that means the Google spiders are actively running around on that site, and they're actively spidering through the links going to your site, where it might be listed, or the other sites on there. So you want to make sure you browse a category where your listing would be and highlight the URL in the address bar and go to Google. So highlight the URL and copy it, and then copy and paste the link into Google using the following search phrase. So the search phrase would be cache, C-A-C-H-E, and that would be a lowercase c, or uppercase will work just fine, C-A-C-H-E, colon, and then the whole entire URL, not just the homepage, but the whole entire URL of where you're looking at submitting that. And if it tells you, if it shows up and says there's nothing that can be found or no results found, then that tells you that that specific page is not going to do you any good. So you want to maybe find a different category that might be cached or move on to a different directory, because otherwise that is one example. Directories are one example. I know I just got them saying that if you can submit it for the exposure, submit it there. So I'm going to eat my words here on this one. Online directories, even the biggest directories online, are not going to be a great spot for you to get piles of traffic. But with that said, articles, press releases, podcasting, videos, every other kind of marketing that I've discussed is a fabulous place to get people going on these sites and actually finding you. So if you don't get backlink benefit from those, it's okay. But when we're talking online directories, just move on to another one. Don't pay for it. Especially don't pay for it. Just move on to another one that is going to get you cached, because directories just don't get the kind of, they don't get piles of traffic to them. There's some that get a lot of great traffic, but there's just, you don't find directories used to be a great way for people to find information online. They still are set up in that way. People can still go to them and browse for different categories. But if you look at it, on a lot of these directories, you're competing with one of 100 sites, whereas with social media, when you submit a video, it's only your video they're watching, so they only have one option really to watch there. But so, just move on with directories to one that basically has, it cached. So keep that in mind. If it is cached, then it means that you will gain benefit from having a link in that directory. And then search for niche directories again by doing a search for niche plus the directory in Google. So niche, and then the plus sign directory, or you could do so pet directory, pets directories, things like that to look up online directories. Another great site to use is isedb.com. And that's a URL you guys can copy down. This will be available on the resources page as well. And it gives you a list of web directories, of great web directories. ISEDB is an authority site that actually gets you a great list of some high quality directories. And they even have one called special directories. And you can actually click on that special directories and get a listing of even like a whole list of medical directories, a whole list of pet directories, a whole list of directories in all sorts of niches. So it can actually save your hassle of doing that. And it can get you a lot of free backlinks to your site. A lot of this stuff's free, so make sure you do it. isedb.com and then /HTML/web_directories. And you could also just go to isedb.com and navigate to their web directories page. But that's a great tool to use, a great site to use for finding directories to submit to. So I would try to get, try to set a goal each month of getting 10 directory links a month. That's not asking too much, but it's going to help you in the long run. Over the course of a year, all of a sudden you now have 100 to 120 directory links for your site. So try to use these tools and get some directories going. Article content exchanges, basically, like I said, you're looking for content, websites, and blogs in your niche market by running a search on Google. And you want to approach them about you writing a free article for their website in exchange for a link back to your website. So you just go out there, approach them, say, I've got a great article for you. Find somebody in the weight loss niche, write the article for them, and then go ahead and take that and approach them about that, and then show them the article, and then see if they'll publish it for you, or approach them first and then write the article. Sometimes it's best to have the article because they want to see the quality of it. Most of the time, the webmaster or person running the website won't mind at all, and it gets you a quality link incoming to your website. And that's really why it's so important. It gets you a link that your competition is not going to have. So you want to keep the article unique to them and don't blast this one out to article directories. Blog commenting and reciprocal links. You want to seek out blog posts in your niche market and make good, relevant comments on the blogs with a link going back to your website. So for this process to work, what you want to do is use the blogsearch.google.com tool. So blogsearch.google, it's Google Blog Search, and you want to seek out new blog post, and type in your niche. Weight loss tips, golf tips, swing better tips, personal development, life coaching, whatever your keyword is, or whatever main niche you're in. Type in that keyword phrase and look for in the Google Blog Search. It'll usually tell you the most recent blog post. So it gives you a chance to be one of the first people to make a comment on a new blog post, and that will give you a good chance to kind of show up ahead of everybody else. Everybody almost has to read your comment before they post their own comment, so they might go to your website. But put in your URL when it asks for it. Obviously, when you submit these, you don't want to use your anchor text. I see this all the time, and it looks really weird. They'll say, their name is weight loss tips, and we know that's not true. And that just looks spammy, and most of the time, the person running the blog will not approve your comments that way. So put your name in there. You're still getting a link from a site that Google actually, likes. That you're getting a link on a page that's been cached. Blog commenting is something that when you do it correctly, just like with anything, it can still benefit you. So this page right here would probably make a lot of people cringe that are teaching SEO because they would go, oh, none of this stuff works. These are still valid ways to get backlinks. And you can't tell me it's not because all these pages are cached. You see these with your competition search and all that kind of stuff. So blog commenting is still a great way to get backlinks. Reciprocal links, it can still provide some traffic to your website and also can give you some quality backlinks. Yes, a reciprocal link may not carry the best benefit as a one-way link. Yes, they used to be great, but they still can be positive if you do them correctly. The key is to only do reciprocal link exchanges with sites that are relevant in your niche market. So to see how this works is you would go out there and you would find, a website with good content that you wouldn't mind adding a link to. And so you go out there and you approach that webmaster and you say, I would be willing to provide a link to my website. So I would be willing to provide a link on my website to your website, in exchange for, a link on your website or something like that. And you give them the code to use for your link, or you tell them what you want the title of your link to be. And most of the time they'll do it. So you get an anchor text link, and then you're linking to a relevant source as well. And so that's where it's positive for you. It actually is a positive link exchange that way. Where reciprocal link exchanging went bad and why it actually started being discounted by the search engines is because of the spammers that I was telling you about earlier. They went out there and decided that they were going to get reciprocal links from, every single site out there. So they were, for example, they were things, like they had a golf site and they're out there trying to get, a weight loss site trying to get links on a golf website, or vice versa. They were a pet website trying to get a link on an internet marketing site, or internet marketing site linking to pet sites. It just wasn't good. Like I said, Google cares about relevancy. And so when you're linking this way, it's not going to hurt your site. It's going to help you because you get a quality link. And there's a lot of times when the links in the resources section on some of these sites actually get a lot of clicks on them. So, make sure you do that. So keep your reciprocal link exchanges really to a minimum, and be careful though. But if you do it properly with the right link partners, you're going to be just fine if you do it with quality sites. So keep it to a minimum and seek out sites that have a high Google page rank to do exchanges with. These are sites that Google likes. And again, make sure that when you recommend your link, you make sure that they look for a page on their site, even if it's their resources page that's cached. And if they have a resources page, it means they're open to this kind of stuff anyways. And this was the old way to get a lot of links, and it's still valuable, but you don't want to make this all your links. Maybe make it 10 or 20 links this way, but make sure they're quality sites that you're linking out to and that are linking into you. And that's going to give you a boost. It's going to give you a boost from a site that's in your niche, and it actually may end up helping your overall site because you're providing content to your visitors. You're providing a link going out to another website. You just want to, as far as from a marketing point of view, you may not want to link directly to one of your competitors when doing this. So, like let's say you are selling an ebook on weight loss. You may not want to link to the next guy selling an ebook on weight loss, but you might link out to a site that might have articles on weight loss and things like that. So, those are just some ideas to consider. But blog commenting and reciprocal links can still give you some backlinks. They're fairly easy to do, especially blog commenting. And that's something that you could spend, just set aside some time and say, I'm going to comment on this many blogs, and then just focus on that. So let's go back here. So Web 2.0 content management platforms, we're almost done here. This is another great way to get links. So many Web 2.0 content management platforms out there. And when I talk about a content management platform, I am talking about basically, a lot of these sites out there, NBC.com even, some of the biggest websites out there are actually, you can actually get backlinks on these websites. We're talking, websites with NBA teams on it, stuff that has sites that actually have high page rank. Now, I just talked about how earlier, so you don't think I'm going crazy here, I talked about when you're analyzing your competition, don't look at the link structure of some of the biggest sites out there. So I don't want you to think I'm talking about the same thing here. What I'm talking about here is actually getting a link on these websites. Like you have a link on NBC.com, stuff like that. Now that, it may not work for NBC.com exactly, but sites like that use this. CBS.com, things like that. I'm sure there's been a lot of sites that you've been on, popular sites, big sites, and even not so popular sites that you've been on, where you see an option for you to set up an account. You see an option for you to set up an account and interact in a forum or even have your own account. Well, a lot of these sites are using what's called a Web 2.0 or social media content management platform, where you're able to set up blogs. You're actually able to set up your very own blogs within these websites. And what's cool about that is you can talk about almost whatever you want within your niche because it's actually your blog. It's your blog, and you might want to tie it into, maybe that site in a little bit, but it's your blog. It's kind of who you are, and they like it because it produces a bunch of unique content for them. And inside these blog posts, you can do anchor text backlinks to your project. So you could do introduction blog posts. Hello, my name is, Paul Counts, and I enjoy helping others make money online. Hyperlink to paulcounts.com, of course. And, I also have a great site, Also another passion of mine is helping people learn ways, learn special weight loss tips, hyperlink to my weight loss site, so it gives you an idea. Plus, on the blog, they have what's called a blog roll built into these sites. And so a lot of these niche sites, they have forums too where you can interact and do signature links. And so you could have a link coming from a site that's a really high, like a site with a page rank 7 or a page rank 8 or 9 or some of the biggest sites out there you can get links on. And so it's a really cool strategy for you to use. So look for these sites and set up an account telling people about who you are and make blog posts about your interest. You can also set up, again, the blog rolls with links to your website if they allow it. Every one of them is going to be slightly different. Here's just some ways to find it. So here are a few common social media-based Web 2.0 content management platforms. I know that's a mouthful, but when I say social media-based, it means that basically the content management platform allows for interaction. That's really what it is. And a content management platform is, WordPress is a content management system. Joomla is Drupal. So a lot of you guys have probably used those. That's basically just it's a section where you log in to manage your content. And there's a lot of these. WordPress is considered Web 2.0 social media management too, because it allows for two-way communication. It allows for your visitors to comment and interact with you. So keep that in mind too. So WordPress is a Web 2.0 social media platform as well. But basically, so here there's a few social media-based Web 2.0 management platforms that allow for interaction. So they allow for blogging and things like that. And when you do searches for these, there's literally thousands of them. So when you find a company, like I just go to Google, I'll type in things like social media content management platform. And then when you find a listing of companies that offer social media Web 2.0 platforms, then you can do a search for a certain phrase, for the company. So I'll show you here. Just run a Google search for their names with the phrases I specified below to find countless places where you can go and set up accounts and get these links from. So for example, here's one of them that I found, and it's actually one of the few. But with that said, there's actually, there's literally 141,000 results that came up when I type in that Google phrase with that in quotes. That tells you that there's 141,000 sites with social media platforms by KickApps as the actual phrase that is actually cached. And so, of that 141,000, there might only be, 500 or 1,000 that you could legitimately use. Maybe, maybe there's a lot more than that because it might be picking up, all the internal pages and things like that. But even if it is an additional 500 to 1,000, which I know this one is huge, that you can get links from, you're not going to have time to do hundreds of thousands. So even if you can get 100 of these or 50 of these linking into your site, it's going to be links from high authority sites that your competition more than likely does not have. That's going to give you a leg up on them. So social media platform by KickApps, that KickApps is a company that created it. So basically that's what it is. So you could do even stuff like social media content management platform and look for companies. And then when you find a list of them, go to their website and then look at kind of how they've kind of browsed through what their content management system is all about as an example, and then look at maybe sites, because most of them have a place that says sites using this, sites that use this platform and things like that, and then just click on it and then take a look at it and see, okay, these are websites that are using it, and then scroll to the bottom and look at the footer, because most of the time it will say site powered by or social media platform by and things like that in the footer. And you'll see that on WordPress. It'll say like powered by WordPress. So if you were to Google powered by WordPress, you'd find a whole bunch of WordPress sites. But that's not really, and you could do that to find WordPress sites in your niche if you wanted to. But this is a really powerful way too to find sites where you can set up accounts and such. You could also do a Google phrase for news and quotes and then the word community after it, because that would give you a list of news community portals. So a lot of these sites are like newspaper sites, and so newspaper or news TV sites, and those are some of the best backlinks you can get. And so that's where actually a lot of these sites are using platforms like I'm talking about here. It may not be this one in particular, but they're using platforms like that. Platforms that enable you to set up an account, log in, create your information, and things like that. Powered by Elg.org is another one. Elg.org is an open source social media networking platform that you could use. And then another one for you to look at, and these are just a listing of some 3 searches you could do to look for potential sites to look at. So powered by Elg, you could just do a search for Elg.org, and and they don't really have anything particular that all their sites carry. So you could just type into Google elk.org websites or things like that and get a listing of some sites using that platform. But it allows you to interact, create blogs and stuff within that. Ning.com, Ning.com, it's great for finding niche pages, or you could call them sites almost, but there's a lot of people out there and you can actually create your own Ning site, just so you know. It's free, absolutely free. But just go to Ning.com, and basically what you're going to do is you can interact on this on Ning.com and build backlinks. So definitely take a look at Ning.com, and you can just do a search for weight loss, golf, life coach, personal development, whatever your phrase is, and find niche Ning sites that are already set up, so Ning pages, Ning. So people have already created a Ning social community. It's basically a social networking community. But you can go in there, you can set up a profile with whatever kind of links you want. You can set up, post in their forum, you can post comments, some of them, there's just a lot of ways you can interact, and when you can interact, there's chances for that you can drop links in a non-spammy way. Now this one I contemplated whether or not to share it, but I'm in the giving mode and I like to share everything I have with you guys and let you guys take it or leave it and decide if you want to use it. This is a really hot tool not a lot of people know about. It's a tool that I discovered and have been absolutely amazed and enthralled by it. So here's the tool that I'm talking about. Go to web20.net. So it's for the latest Web 2.0 and social media sites. This is a really powerful site. Basically, it gives you a list of the up-and-coming Web 2.0 sites. It tells you every time there's a new Web 2.0 site, almost of any kind, it will actually feature it on the site. New sites will come up all the time. There's literally, hundreds and hundreds of Web 2.0 sites. Like when Twitter first came out, I know that was a site that was featured on this. Back when Twitter came out, I didn't know of this resource, but that gives you the idea, though. But it has sites like Twitter in there and things. But basically, if you want to track some of the next latest social media technologies that you can leverage for backlinks and exposure, this is a site to use. There's literally hundreds of different kinds of social media sites. Almost every single one of them allows you to set up a profile on these sites, and inside the profile they have a spot for a website. So utilize that. Set up your accounts and link to them. Also look for ways that you can interact and potentially drop in a backlink to your site in a non-spammy way. And so it doesn't mean you go in there and just with all guns ablazing you start dropping in backlinks. So you don't go in there and say, insurance broker, make money online expert, weight loss tips. You don't go in there and do that. That's not good. Set up 3 different accounts if you have 3 different sites, and then drop in your link where it makes sense. Like in your introduction, I teach people different topics for making money online. Casually drop in your link. But don't go in there and say, visit my link here at makemoneyonline.com. That's just really spammy. People don't care for that. It's not going to do you any good. You're not really going to get a ton of traffic from those direct links anyways. But what you're going to do by doing that is get backlinks. So the backlink is going to result in SEO traffic. So you may not get direct clicks on those, but it's going to get you backlinks, and backlinks are important for improved search engine ranking, which means piles of traffic when you're getting top rankings for some of the most competitive phrases online, which is exactly what I'm teaching you how to do here. So stay updated weekly on the latest Web 2.0 properties to hit the market and find some hidden gems that people aren't using. So a lot of these sites are so new that marketers, even some of the most innovative ones, may not even know about some of these tools yet. So most marketers know about, a lot of them probably know about this site, but if they don't, you're getting a leg up on that. But even them, they may not check the site at the right time when you're checking it. So all the time there's new sites coming on board that you can eventually leverage. It'd be kind of fun to be one of the first people on Twitter. You could just imagine how much more you would know than the next person. You could be the expert on the next social media property. Things like that. So that's a great tool for getting more backlinks. So thanks for joining me again. I'm going to go ahead and open up the lines real quick, and we will get started here.
I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay. All right, looks like the recording is going now. So we are here, Paul Counts here with session number 11. This is the final session of the Traffic Generation
Blueprints training program. And today we're going to be talking about launching your own internet consulting business. So you're probably wondering how this fits into traffic generation. Well, over the past 10 weeks, you have been digging in deep with me on some of, the most in-depth trainings that I can give you related to traffic, SEO, and all sorts of ways to generate free targeted traffic for your online business. And so now that you've learned all these principles, I'm going to share with you how you can turn this into your very own business so you can actually do this service for other people. In fact, for those that aren't totally aware of my background, this is actually what I've done, until, basically this last year. The last 12 months is really when I started actually creating training programs and teaching programs. But prior to that, I actually got started doing this when I was 16. I started doing SEO for clients, and so I was quite young then, and now I'm 24 years old, so I've been doing it about 8 years. And this is, basically how I got my start, how I made my money, how I still make a good chunk of my income is actually by doing work for different clients. A lot of mine are local clients. I've done a lot with clients all over the country in different niche markets, and everything from big and small companies. And so basically what I want to teach you now is to take what you've learned here and apply it not only to your own business, but apply it so that you can actually profit from it. So not only did you guys learn how to grow your own business, you're also what you're gaining here is the knowledge to actually, it's a totally different business model. So for those students that are in Autopilot Wealth Institute or other programs, you're learning several different business models, and this is just another one. And for all just the traffic students, this is a way that you can actually profit from the teaching, even more so than just getting traffic to your site. So I'm going to jump right in here to this training. Basically, local business gold mine is what I'm talking about. The reason I say local business gold mine is because it literally is a gold mine. There is so much opportunity there. Your local market, meaning local businesses around you, like it doesn't matter if you're in the UK, the United States, Malaysia, anywhere in the world, it really doesn't matter. We have people joining us all over the world for this training, and it doesn't matter where you're located. This, the local market, it could be, 5 kilometers from you or 5 miles from you. It doesn't really matter. It's in the general vicinity. Just keep that in mind. So your local market is literally a gold mine just waiting to be tapped into. There are so many local businesses out there that are sitting there just waiting, not really waiting for it, but they really need services that you can offer, and services that you can offer are services that you just learned, things that you just learned in this training, like article marketing, press release marketing, video marketing, SEO, keyword research, all that stuff that you have learned. You could actually provide that service to local businesses who know nothing about it, because if you look at it, in colleges, they don't teach this stuff in schools. They do not teach SEO, internet marketing in college. You cannot find this taught in colleges. In fact, which is one of the reasons we would love to get, our program accredited as a college level program, basically just because you don't find this in colleges. They do not teach SEO. The stuff that you learn, you're never going to learn that in school. And so people that own their own business, even if they took marketing classes, they don't know this stuff most of the time. And a lot of times they don't understand how badly they need it until you can actually approach them. And so, no matter how small or how big your town is, there's money to be made, and even surrounding areas that you can reach out to. I mean, even if you are in Fremont, Michigan, you could still profit from this because there's still businesses out there. If you are in Stillwater, Oklahoma, you can profit from this. If you are in Eugene, Oregon, or Portland, Oregon, you can profit from this. If you are in, Manchester, overseas, that came out probably United Kingdom, I believe. If you're in London, no matter where you are, you can profit from this. There are businesses that need your help and need your services. So no matter where you're located worldwide in your city, no matter how big or how small, there is opportunities for you. And even if you are in such a small town, which I understand that, I grew up in a town about 300 people. So yes, the business is kind of limited there. But there's a town about 20 miles away that's got about 50,000 people in it. So no matter how small your town is, we have couple people joining us from Nebraska here. And even if you are down in Nebraska, if it takes you to go 30 miles through cornfields, there's going to be a town big enough to where you can actually find some businesses potentially. So keep that in mind. So don't feel like, oh, this won't work for me because there's not enough businesses.
you can make this work for you no matter where you're located. So keep that in mind. So many people market these services online, but few people are reaching the local business market. There's so many people doing SEO, search engine optimization, link building, all that stuff on the internet. And most of the time, if businesses are actively searching for this kind of stuff, they're harder to get as clients because at this point, they've probably already sought out 5 to 10 companies, or they've got quotes from all sorts of different companies. So getting them as a client is going to be really hard, and you have to be very experienced typically to get that kind of work. So starting out, it's not a good way to go. And that's why the local business is an excellent solution for that, because you can get into this as a consultant, as your own little internet consulting firm, using, applying the stuff that we've learned. So I keep wanting to point back to that because, some of you, this might be your first training, but we have 10 other modules, 10 complete weeks where we talk all about SEO, we talk about link building, we talk about, video marketing, press release marketing, article marketing, Web 2.0 marketing. We talk about all these different ways to market, and these are all services that you can actually do for businesses. So once you do them for yourselves and you understand them, you can start marketing. You have a marketable skill to local businesses. So they think just the word SEO is exciting, and that's what's fun about local businesses is they feel like, the word SEO is new to them. They feel like when you can say, I can get you ranked on the search engines, they say, wow, because a lot of local businesses are starting to find out that there are forms of marketing that they've been used to, whether it's Yellow Pages advertising or newspaper advertising. I've talked to several businesses, and they've told me that they quit advertising in the Yellow Pages completely. They said that when they did that, they were spending, I think it was like a couple $1,000s a year, if I recall, and it was in a smaller, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The business actually was cutting their advertising, and I started doing SEO work for them, and their business has actually started to increase because they're ranking for, phrases like Stillwater beds and Oklahoma bedroom furniture and bedrooms, and all this kind of stuff, these keywords for their niche phrase. And they're able to tap into that internet presence because as the stats have shown, and, regular stats are starting to show up that there's, it's getting to where about 80% of local local purchases, it starts on the internet for people. And if you think of that, that's very true. Look at the last time, you probably pulled out the Yellow Pages to find a business. It probably was a long time ago. And most of the time people go right to Google, they go right to a directory online, they go to yellowpages.com, they go somewhere on the internet to quickly find what they're looking for. They don't want to thumb through a phone book. A lot of times, look at your cellular phones. It seems like nearly every phone, and you can even get the high-end BlackBerry phones now for $25 when you start a service plan. I mean, that's nothing compared to what they used to be. So about everybody has a data-capable phone where they can have internet on their cell phone. And so it's so convenient for people to pull up Google and say, okay, this is the business I want to find. So businesses that are not marketing on the internet, they are really losing out because fewer people are pulling out the phone books, fewer people are reading the newspaper. People are getting their news on the newspaper websites. They're not pulling out the newspaper to read it like they used to. I just saw today, where I'm at right now, there is somebody, trying to sell newspapers outside, get people to sign up for the newspaper outside Walmart. And they're just trying to push that really, really hard. And I know why they're doing it. It's because they know they're losing readers. They're trying to do anything they can to get people to sign up for them. And that's why businesses aren't advertising to them like they used to. And so they're looking for ways. They're saying, okay, I'm not getting a return, but a lot of them don't know where to turn, and that's where you can come in. And so a lot of times when you can share this stuff, they get excited about it, even though to you it's like, oh, I'm just telling you about a squeeze page. To them, it's so foreign and exciting. It's unique. It's innovative. And so they're, it basically, it gives you a better chance to close them as a client and make some potential more profits. So another great benefit of local businesses is that they are used to spending money in advertising for their business. That's just a thing, sometimes that I run into when if I end up finding clients online or they find me and they want price quotes, a lot of times they're not really excited about spending money on SEO work. They know it costs money, but they don't want to spend money. They just aren't accustomed to it because their business has always been on the internet. But when you start contacting local businesses, that's really the only way they've known to survive. They've used direct mail, they've used newspapers, they've used radio, they've used Yellow Pages, they've used other, other different phone directories and things like that.
they've tried, all sorts of different ways to network themselves and get themselves exposure. And, oftentimes that does not mean the internet. And so the business owners are used to spending, of their budget, maybe 5 to 10,000 a year or more on certain marketing type services. Oftentimes it's a lot more than that, So they set aside, $20,000 of their revenues are going to be invested into marketing of some sort. And so when they find out that their Yellow Pages marketing is not working out for them, and when they're starting to discover that when they stop running their Yellow Pages ads, they're actually getting the same amount of phone calls as they used to get, that stuff's not working for them. And so they realize that, and so they just have that money sitting there, but a lot of times they don't know where to invest it. And so, they just don't know how to invest it properly, and that's exactly where you come in. And again, it makes for a win-win situation because they've got money that they are used to spending. Whereas if you're online trying to find a person, it might be difficult. They don't really want to part with their money. They might be a lot smaller business, and a lot of brick and mortar businesses, they have capital they can leverage. They have real estate in their business, all sorts of ways they can generate revenue in order to muster up the funds to pay for marketing. And so they have the means for it. They're used to paying for it, and so they're a perfect target for this kind of service. Nowadays, they're more than likely aren't seeing a return on their advertisements through things like Yellow Pages or newspapers, just like I mentioned, and they want other options. And now that you have this knowledge, you can give them the solution they are seeking. So we already covered that. Did you know that basically by simply attending this training over the past 10 weeks, you have learned more than advertising and PR majors will ever learn in college about online marketing? And I want you guys to think about that. The small amount that you guys paid for this is actually way better than any college education that you guys have come across. And the reason I can say that accurately is because just recently I was in college, and I actually have not finished my degree because I could not get a degree in search engine optimization or internet marketing, and their idea of covering internet marketing was 2 paragraphs that said you can advertise your business on the search engines, and then they went on to the next topic. I was actually had lunch with one of my wife's old high school friends, with my wife there too. That's probably sounded awkward, but her friend was there, and she was talking about her job and what she does. And she was in advertising and PR major, and she's now working for a PR firm. And everything that which happens to actually specialize in internet marketing and search engine optimization, this PR firm does. Well, nothing that she learned in college she was able to apply. She wasn't able to apply anything that she learned in college to her actual business. Now, I'm not out there saying, that your kids need to not go to school or that school's bad. What I'm telling you guys is that you guys have received a college-level education from here for a piddly amount compared to what college tuition costs. You guys are learning stuff that actually works that you can apply for that. And I want you guys, the next time you go through anybody's training course, really take that to heart, because the stuff that you are learning is actually golden. Because if you remember back to what you learned in college, which some of you may, the internet may not have been around when you were attending school, and I don't mean to say that mean. I'm just saying that that's true too. But very recently, for those that have gone to school, I personally have seen it as early as a year ago. They do not cover internet marketing. They do not cover it. Recent college graduates, they do not cover internet marketing. They do not cover SEO. And so you guys have a knowledge that these businesses crave, because they can't find an SEO or internet expert. There's nobody that's coming out of the local universities that knows this stuff, because they flat out don't teach it. And if they do teach it, it's very minimal, and they don't know how to teach it because they don't actually do it. And so that's where training like this is so important to building yourself up. And now that you know this, you guys can go out there. Now, I wish if I could give you guys a degree in this, I would, but obviously we can't, but you guys have gone through this course, or you're about to go through the training for some of you guys. And so keep that in mind, really take that to heart and really work hard for that. So also, did you know that just knowing this knowledge, you can instantly become the go-to expert in your local community for consulting or website marketing? So just like I said, because you know this, you are this far ahead of nearly everybody in your local market, because even the SEO company or the website design company that thinks they know search engine optimization, the stuff you guys have learned would actually blow them out of the water. And I say that in all humbleness, and the reason is because they maybe just know the basics, maybe search engine optimization like title tags, but most of the time you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody that could actually that can do article marketing, press release marketing, video marketing, Web 2.0 marketing, all that in one entire package and program. You guys learn how to do that, so instantly you guys have an expertise that even your local website design company doesn't even have and that can't even touch. So you guys have really, by being in this training, you've really given yourselves a leg up on your competition out there that might even be marketing this type of work. So marketing to local businesses, there are several different strategies you can pursue to get more clients locally. You've got cold calling, you've got direct mail campaigns, online advertising, chamber of commerce, word of mouth, sales representatives, and you can even create your own local event, which I'll share with you how to do each of these things. So cold calling is still a highly effective strategy for getting more of these types of clients. This is the type of work that, you need to roll up your sleeves and get to work, because it does take some effort. And just like with anything, whether it's affiliate marketing or anything, or anything that you learned here, you have the tools now that you've gone through this training to not only run this as a business, but to turn your own internet business, your own, generate your own affiliate sales, generate your own sales of your own ebook or your own product, whatever it is. You now have the tools. You're armed with the knowledge, the tools, and the training you can achieve success with, but you have to apply it, you have to take action on it, and you have to do it. And those are the kind of things, that are really, really important. So cold calling, it's really inexpensive to do. Most of the time, it's local phone calls, so it doesn't even cost you long distance, but it can be a little intimidating, so that's something to keep in mind. But if it is very intimidating or scary for you, you can always hire a sales rep to close deals for you and just give them a commission on deals they bring in. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit here as well. And also be prepared when you're doing cold calling to be told about 10 to 15 times no for every yes you get. So be consistent and work hard at it. And sometimes those results are even worse. But in this kind of marketing, it's sometimes, it's usually a little better odds than regular telesales. And the reason is because you're offering a service that's so unique and so different. And so I know I'm young, but I've actually been doing business. I started actually well, I sold pencils when I was in second grade, but that's beside the point. But anyways, when I was in junior high, I was actually a junior sales representative for a custom apparel company, and I started calling on companies to get work done. And so I learned the beast of sales and marketing, and it was through that job that I got into the internet. So that's kind of, you guys can see how that transpired. But basically, what I learned there is you need to be consistent. I learned that you're always going to be prepared for a no. Obviously you want everything to be a yes, but don't be shot down if every time you turn around it's a no. You might make 20 phone calls and be told no every single time, and then on that 21st time you pick up the phone, it's a yes, and then maybe the 22nd time it's a yes. So you never know. So be consistent and don't give up if after 10 times you're told no. Keep pushing, because nothing in life that's worth achieving, is going to be easy for you. And, I know I'm young, but saying that, that's how I've gotten through everything I've done in life. I was not born into, with wealth, I was taught to work hard for everything I do, and that's one way that I've got to where I'm at. A lot of people think, well, he's got it made, because he's an internet guy and blah, blah, and all this. No, we have to work our tails off to get where we are. And so the people that you see that succeed, the people that you would consider gurus or the guru status and all that stuff, those are people that worked hard. They really pushed and they worked hard. And so you need to do that too. Be prepared to work hard, but once you work hard, the rewards are going to be there. So when you call, speak with the owner of the company, which is pretty easy in the local business environment. So with everything I told you before, just when you're doing your cold calling, make sure you're talking to the owner, because especially in a local business environment, they're going to be the main decision maker. When you're calling on bigger companies, it's typically going to be like the marketing department or the PR department. Typically stay away from the web teams of any company, just because the web designers, they get their feelings hurt when you actually tell them that they need help with search engine optimization. It's just the truth. They do, a lot of times that happens. They get upset with you. They'll tell their boss, they'll swear up and down that their SEO is great, and then their title tags are optimizing for their business name. And like I talked about in title tags, you need to have your keywords up there. And so, try to stay away from the web teams because they're just going to get offended. Try to go straight to the top. And that's really pretty easy to do with local businesses, because a lot of times the in local businesses, the owner actually runs the company too. They're there all day. They might have 1 or 2 employees, but they're pretty much there all day too. And so, when you call and speak, try to speak with the owner, or try to get a time when the owner is going to be in, because that's the person ultimately that's going to sign you the check and get you the money. So make sure that you're talking to the owner. So tell them where you found their website, and let them know that you are a local business consultant. Tell them things like, hey, I found your business on Google somewhere, on page 7 or 8, or maybe just say, hey, I found you in the yellow pages, or I found you in the newspaper, or I found you in this online directory, or in the Chamber of Commerce directory. Tell them how you found them, because what that will do is that will kind of make them feel good, because it will make them feel like some of their advertising is working, and that will actually work in your favor because you planted a seed in their mind that, wow, they found me through advertising. So when you're pitching an advertising service to them, potentially, they're going to be a little more open to it. So it's kind of a psychological thing. Give them some stats about how many people are using the internet now to find businesses, and maybe ask about how their past advertising is working out for them. You can go to Google and type in a phrase like, local business search statistics, and it will show you all sorts of statistics out there from different reputable sources that basically lay out, different facts, facts that show that over 50%, of people have replaced the yellow pages. Other large percentage have quit using the newspaper and gone completely on the internet. Gives you stats as far as how many purchases in local businesses, how much business in the local business market resulted from online searches first. It goes through all that stuff in detail, and so tell them some stats, things like that. Make sure that you tell them that you're an internet business consultant, because that's what you are. That's going to put you up on a little pedestal that you are considered an expert. So ask them if they are looking for more customers right now. Make sure you try to bring that up in that initial conversation. Most of the time, they're going to say yes. When you ask them a question like that, even though they may want to say no, they know that if they say no, they're going to sound really foolish. And I've actually had businesses tell me that. I've actually talked, and so don't be shocked at the kind of responses you get. I've talked to local realtors in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and I've explained to them what I do and showed them what I do, and I actually sold my house without an internet for sale by owner on the internet, outranking all the local realtors on the search engines, and I was able to show them this. And they still said, well, how could you teach our office anything? Why would we want to learn how to sell a house on the internet? And I about fell over when I heard that, because that's a real estate company. As an individual, I outranked the real estate company locally. I'm not saying that to boast. It was very simple to do, and yet they were still in shock because, they still did. I was in shock because they totally said, I don't want to work with you. We don't want to, why do we want to advertise on the internet? Why do we want to reach people on the internet? And how could you teach us that? And so don't be shocked if they say no, they don't want to get more customers. That's fine. Go on to the next one that does want to get customers. If they do say yes, if they're looking for more customers, ask them if they are by a computer. Now, again, this is recorded, so you can go back through this process. So this is kind of the process you go through in that first conversation. So you want to take notes of this. If they are next to their computer, show them an example of a ranking you have achieved for either yourself or for another past client. Or typically what I like to say, to do is, if you're brand new, just getting started, do some work for maybe a friend that owns a business, or maybe a friend of a friend or something like that. Try to do something for free for somebody. Try to do a service for free where you can achieve a ranking. So then you have some results you can show. You can say, hey, type in Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors and look at, I've got 2 of the top 10 listings for this, and I really feel like I can help you, in your particular topic. Tulsa, Oklahoma lawyers, I can help you get some rankings there. If they're not by computer, try to get their email address so you can email them the result and explain a little bit more about them. And that way you can kind of follow up with them through email. So ask them and tell you what kind of keyword phrases people would use to find them online, or that, phrases that they would want to rank for. And they will typically tell you. And then when you're as they tell you that, pull out your computer. It's best if you're in front of your computer when you're on the phone with them. Type in those phrases. So if they tell you flower shop, Stillwater flower shop, type that in, and then tell them, yeah, that's a good phrase. I don't see you anywhere on the first 10 pages, and then maybe have them do that search, and then they'll say, oh wow, I don't see myself there. And what that's going to be doing is planting in their head like, wow, I do need help, because I'm not even visible out there. This isn't good. And once you get them thinking like that, they're going to become a customer of yours. The chances of closing that as a client is going to be pretty good. So really hit home with them that when people are using a search engine, they are pre-qualified buyers. And that's also a really important factor to business owners, is they're trying to get qualified leads through their advertising. And a lot of times, if people are just browsing through the yellow pages, they're still not specific searchers for certain topics. If they are just browsing through the newspaper, they're certainly not 100% targeted, because it's kind of like, as far as, newspapers go, a newspaper cannot guarantee that a certain percentage of their readers are looking to buy a couch that day. But if somebody's typing in, furniture store in Chicago, Illinois, or furniture store, Tecumseh, Nebraska, they are, then they're pretty targeted. They know exactly what they want, and I don't even know if there is a furniture store in Nebraska, but just kidding. But basically, if they're typing in those phrases, they know what they want. They are a pre-qualified lead, a pre-qualified buyer, and that kind of stuff is going to resonate well with the business owners. And explain to the business owner how this kind of marketing can help them get a return even years down the road for their company. That's a really important fact, because just changing title tags for a company is a benefit that they're going to reap between the time you change those until 10 years down the road or longer. Obviously you can't guarantee the exact time, but you can give them a rough idea that this is something that's going to stand the test of time and that will stay out there. Because a lot of times their title tags say home page, untitled one, it says just their business name. A lot of times they don't even have keywords in their title tags. So basically by just tweaking their title tags, you've now moved them up from page 12 on the search engines, or page 100, up into, clear up to page 2 or 3 or even page 1. And so just by that quick little change, they're going to see results from you, and they're going to love you for it. And so you can explain to them how this is something that's going to be there. Explain to them how when they're advertising in a newspaper, the second they quit paying for that newspaper advertising, it stops. Therefore, the traffic and the leads they were getting from that stops. Second they quit paying for their high-end Yellow Pages ad, it stops. The second, even if they're paying for pay-per-click ads, the second they quit paying for pay-per-click ads, their traffic stops. So they need services like this. And so, I want you guys to see this and, make sure that you're going after this. Direct mail campaigns. So you want to send that's another form of marketing. So we already talked about cold calling. So here's a little bit about direct mail campaigns and how they can work for you. Basically what you want to do is send a letter to the owner of the company explaining who you are and what you do. So that's all you do is basically get the owner's name and information, send them a letter. So tell them that you are an internet business consultant, establish yourself as an expert. One strategy to really establish yourself as an expert would be to write a short report of maybe about 5 or so pages, 5 to 10 pages. Write a short report. Basically, you guys could even go back through this training, take notes, and then turn that into a 5 to 10 page report on the topic of marketing a business on the internet. You're more than welcome to do that. Obviously my training is copyrighted, but the stuff that you guys can take from it is by way of notes and things. You guys could put that into a report, a special report, and then what you can do with it is turn that into a PDF document, or turn that into or go out to a printing company locally or something like that, and now you have a booklet. So now when you call them, you can say, I am so-and-so author of or creator of this report, and all of a sudden, boom, that makes you an instant expert. And what I'm actually doing to really build my credibility up is later this year, I'm launching a book on search engine optimization for local businesses. And I also recently just signed a contract with my local radio station to do a business and internet profits radio show. So now when I want to get new clients, I could just pick up the phone or have somebody else call for me and say, this is Paul Counts, or I'm calling on behalf of Paul Counts. This is Paul Counts, the host of the Paul Counts Internet Profits radio show. And all of a sudden that instantly resonates with them as an expert, And so find a way that you can become an expert. And a quick way to do that is, 5 to 10 pages, turn it into a report, and then now, boom, you've got a report that you can actually give to a local business to really build up your credibility, and they're going to listen to you, and so it's going to help you get a higher class, a higher level of client. So this letter can be very short and to the point. You don't want it to be long and drawn out. You just want it to be short and to the point, just like with your emails. I put together some pretty long swipe email copies for a recent promotion that we did. And, another more well-established marketer, was like, hey, you should probably try it this way. And, the shorter way does work much better because people have a very short attention span online. They have a short time to jump at the offer. And so, try to not make it a long, drawn-out process. Make it 2 or 3 paragraphs, short to the point, and I'll show you an example here in a moment. So it doesn't need to be long or anything like that, short to the point. And basically, just like with cold calling, the more letters you get out there, the more return phone calls you will possibly receive, and the more emails you might get for potential price quotes. And so the more you get out there, so if you send out 100 letters, then you might get, a few callbacks. If you send out 10 letters, you're going to do okay. But if you just send out one, you're going to get what you can do. So, and now you don't need to be expensive with your direct mail campaign either. If you send out, 100 letters, you don't need fancy stationery. All you need is white paper, black font. So just make sure you have enough ink, and print that up for yourself. Print up those letters. Address the envelopes. Typically, addressing them by hand sometimes will get some attention. Think of maybe getting some creative envelopes. Sometimes those brown envelopes do really well for getting some people's attention. Things like that. A white plain envelope that's handwritten oftentimes will get a little more attention simply because most of the time businesses that are sending direct mail and bulk mail and stuff, they are sending them with computerized address and stuff like that, computerized addressing and all that kind of stuff. And so so business owners and things are just going to say, looks like junk mail, boom, looks like junk mail. But whenever, I know especially for me too, whenever I get mail and it's actually handwritten, it actually gets my attention. And, I've seen actually some really creative things where they've actually been able to make a computerized font look like it was handwritten, and so it really grabs your attention. You're like, wow, okay, I better read this, and so that's an idea right there too. So, and try to get the owner's name so you can address the letter and so you can address the envelope to the owner. Otherwise, he'll just go to a secretary, and the chances of the owner getting it are slim. And also, just make sure that you send out a good quantity of these letters as well. So below, here's a sample letter. I'll just read this to you rather quickly. So basically, there is a sample letter. And what you can do here is, and the sample letter will be in the recording. So as far as online advertising goes for your business, and I just wanted to actually pick up the process, but the sample letter will be in the recording. It's just very, very basic. You're just saying, introducing yourself and saying hello, who you are, and that kind of stuff. So now as far as online advertising goes, you want to use everything you have learned to promote yourself locally to get new clients. And so that's a really effective strategy. So just use everything that you have learned so far in this training course to promote yourself locally for these clients. So that would include SEO, that would include the article marketing, the press release marketing, all those kind of things. Make sure that you include those in your promotional efforts of yourself, because if you can prove to them that you can rank for your keyword phrase, Stillwater search engine optimization or Stillwater marketing. I'll give you some ideas of keywords too. Use keywords like your city and state and then marketing after it. Your city and state advertising, your city and state SEO, your city and state PR firm. Because those are the kind of phrases people are looking for when they're looking for marketing services or looking for advertising type services. So do things like, Chicago, Illinois marketing, Chicago, Illinois advertising, Chicago, Illinois PR firm, Chicago, Illinois advertising firm, Dallas, Texas SEO company, Fremont, Michigan PR firm, all that kind of stuff. Try to use those kind of keyword phrases when you're trying to do your marketing. So substitute city and state with your city and state. Possibly if you're in Canada, it would be your province, obviously. If you're in another country, it'd be however that's structured. So those are the kind of phrases people will look for when they're looking for local services. You also want to consider posting ads on Craigslist in the small biz ads area. Excuse me. Basically what you're going to do on Craigslist is they have a small biz ad area, small biz ads, there we go. And in that section, it's going to be listed under small business typically, or services, and then it's going to be small business ads. And so you're just going to click on that. You can just write up, even take the letter that you're using to prospect businesses with, just copy and paste that in there, and then every 7 days or so, go in there and repost that to your Craigslist once it expires. You can also submit your site to local online directories. There's sites like Merchant Circle and stuff like that. Find a Merchant, or just different companies come up that are basically set up for local businesses. And so since you're doing this as a consulting, you can list yourself as a marketing company in some of these directories. So do searches for like your city and state, so like Stillwater, Oklahoma marketing, or Oklahoma City marketing, and things like that. And when you're doing searches like that, you'll find a listing of a lot of these companies that rank high in the search engines, and you can get a free listing on these. So just look for those local directories. And also, write press releases about what you're doing, what you bring to the table, and submit those online. And then again, make sure the title of your press release is your keywords, just like we discussed. And you can review the press release videos, the article videos, any of those things to discover a little bit more about, how to do this more effectively. And also get on Twitter. I'm probably opening a can of worms by saying the word Twitter, but everybody loves Twitter. Twitter's a great thing to be, and if you're going to be a local business consultant, you need to be on Twitter as well, because you want your clients to be on Twitter, because that's a really effective way for them locally to connect with their clients. I'm telling you, Twitter marketing works locally, because I actually the other day, or a while back in Stillwater, I wrote, and this is a good way that you could market on Twitter, or teach your local businesses to market. But basically, I wrote on a Twitter post that I was out having ice cream with my family, and had a great day with my kids or something like that. And next thing I know, I get something from Qdoba, which is a restaurant in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Some of you may have heard of it, but basically it's a Mexican food restaurant. They send me a direct reply to me saying, at Paul Counts, hope it's cool, good to hear you had a great day with your kids. Hey, why don't you bring your kids in on Sunday, because all kids' meals are free. I mean, I was like, wow, that person that was great. I'm a marketer, and I wasn't even resilient to it. That was a great way for them to get me, and that shows you a great way local businesses can connect with people. That you can teach them how to follow people that are local to them, and how they can reach out to people. I mean, it was really effective marketing. My wife didn't like Mexican food that much, but otherwise I probably would have gone and eaten at Qdoba that Sunday afternoon after church. So that's a great way to market and leverage Twitter, and that's how your businesses, the local businesses, can market it, on a local scale. But if you want to be seen as an expert, try to build up your Twitter following as best as you can. And that the reason is because people really look at Twitter as a big thing on the internet now. So make sure you're on Twitter too, because if you're not there, they're not going to, it's going to hurt your credibility a little. Also, consider setting up a blog and promote your services. Set up like a WordPress blog, set up a blogger.com blog. I would recommend doing like a WordPress.org blog that's on your actual server, so you have your own domain name. That's going to be the best way to do it. And pick a domain like, either your niche market, so it'd be like, Fremont, Michigan, marketing services, or Fremont, Michigan internet marketing, or something like that, to draw their attention. Or you could use your name. That's another idea. You could use like, Paul Counts Consultant, Jeff Wellman Consultant, things like that, are some examples. The Chamber of Commerce is another fabulous way to connect with clients and find new clients. Most local communities, even smaller towns, have a Chamber of Commerce or have one in a neighboring city. So just like, if you run out of clients in your area, there's always another town, that you can go onward to. And even the smallest towns have chambers of commerce. And so look them up, look for your local Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to show you how you can get connected. They're a great way for you to connect with local business owners. They're always holding events. Every month they'll have 5, up to 10 events a month, opportunities where you can go and network with other business owners who are also members of the chamber. You have chances to promote your services. You have chances to get into their newsletters. There's special rates on advertising. Like my local chamber, for $150, you can place an advertisement that will go out to 1,200 business owners, and it will reach 1,200 business owners for only $150, and they will do all the work. You just give them an insert. That may seem like a lot of money, $150, but in the scheme of things, it really isn't that bad, because they're doing all the work. They're folding everything, they're compiling it, and you get sent out to 1,200 business owners in your area. So it gives you some some exposure, some additional exposure out there, and it's something to consider. So they're a great way for you to connect with local business owners. Especially in smaller communities, you can get free advertising from the chamber most of the time. Now, large chambers of commerce, I'll say this, they sometimes aren't the easiest to work with, and their fees are pretty expensive. Like Los Angeles, California Chamber of Commerce, may not be as user-friendly as like the Stillwater, Oklahoma Chamber of Commerce, but maybe things like niche chamber, like, I'm sure Los Angeles has more than one chamber of commerce. I know Sacramento has several, big cities like that, they have several. So try to find a smaller one, or find one in a suburb, neighboring suburb. Like even the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce would be pretty big, but like the Edmond Chamber of Commerce would be a good one to be in, kind of example, it's a suburb of Oklahoma City. But these smaller chambers give you great opportunities because they give you like, so basically, they give you an opportunity to get free advertising. Like my local Chamber of Commerce, when I signed up, they only charged me, it was $20 a month. I was able to just pay it monthly, $20 a month. And when I first signed on, they gave me free advertising. So I got free ads that ran, in their newsletter that went out to everybody. They put a write-up in there about my business. I could do a ribbon cutting if I wanted to. I could hold my own event. They also allowed me to do my own webinar, and they promoted it for free. So like my second month of membership, I was able to hold my very own webinar where basically I went in and taught local businesses how to do a little bit about search engine optimization. I taught them ways they can to start driving traffic. So I just built value in this webinar that they all listened to, and then at the end of it, I sold them on my services. And so what happened there is I got new clients. I have a list built up. I created a video. And so now I have a squeeze page set up for local businesses. And every other day or every day sometimes I have new businesses in actually Oklahoma, and I can track it because I have it set up to grab their phone numbers or, and their emails. But a lot of them are using email services that I know are from Oklahoma. And so I can tell that it's working locally, so I'm getting a lot of local exposure, and they're going through and seeing me as an expert now because I have this hour-long video that they can access. And then I have actually a follow-up sequence, and I've had comments from people say, wow, that's a great follow-up sequence, because I have messages in there that go out 7 days after they download the video. It says, hello, so-and-so. It says their name. Hey, I've seen it's been 7 days since you downloaded the video or accessed the video. I hope you've had a chance to watch it. Here's a PDF of the slides from this presentation. Hope you enjoy that. And so I have people going, wow, how did you know it was 7 days? They're shocked by that. And so it opens up the door for you to promote to them. And so that was all done. Thank you to the Chamber of Commerce. That was a free thing. Another opportunity that I was able to do, they will oftentimes allow you to speak at a lunch or breakfast to the members. And you could also talk to them about doing a webinar, just like I said. So they have lunches and breakfasts all the time, and those are great events for you to go to attend. But you could also say, hey, I would like to speak sometime on internet business, and this is kind of what I can bring to the table, what I plan to cover. Now, they aren't interested in you pitching at these events, and neither are the members. What they're interested in is hearing some good, solid, unique content, and they're going to be interested in that. They are going to be interested in that. Now, be prepared at times, you may get turned down. I personally, was actually, my Chamber of Commerce was turned down because they had just hired, had a local company come in, and they talked about Twitter, I think is what they talked about. So they felt like it was too close, but they were really interested in what I could bring to the table, so they had me do a webinar. So, actually I was the one that brought up the webinar idea, and they said, wow, that's interesting. And so that's actually an angle that most chambers may not have considered. Another benefit from being in the chamber is oftentimes will let you have, for $20, you can actually rent out an entire room, so it seats 35, 50 people, might be a small room, but you could hold your own live event in there for $20. If you were to do that at a hotel, you might be looking at $500 to $1,000, and so those are some little things you can do with your Chamber of Commerce. So make sure you leverage them. Yes, they cost a little investment. Some of them let you pay monthly, some quarterly to break up the payments, but it can really be a good way to excel this kind of business, and I found it to be most beneficial. You can consider signing up as a member. It's really important. And then, like I said, attend as many events as you possibly can. And another great benefit, my wife loves it when we can get somebody to watch the kids, but they have great food, at these events too. So that's another perk of it too. So not only can you network, but there's also all sorts of free great food. And they usually have several of these a month. So just by networking, I've been able to get in touch with many potential clients that didn't even know I existed or what I did existed. Another avenue avenue that I've been able to tap into at the chamber. And I know this, a lot of this is how to market your services, knowing what you know now. I offered to write articles for their newsletters as well. So they have a monthly newsletter that goes out to all their members. And so they're always looking for new content, and they just, quote you as the author. So just like, basically, this would be the equivalent of article marketing, where you have your resource box. I had my resource box. After my article is, 5 video marketing steps. I went through 5 little basic steps for video marketing success. And, I had some comments on that. I got some phone calls and some leads from that, because in the resource box, Paul Counts is a local internet business expert. You can go to his website and download a free video on how to, increase your traffic, all that. So I had leads come in. I had, more exposure. It was free. It didn't cost me anything, and they were appreciative, and they're going to have me probably write a few more because people enjoyed that. And so approach them, because a lot of times they just are looking for filler content for their local newsletters, and so they'll go out and they'll pull articles off the internet, on these different topics from like the Associated Press Newswire or different things like that, where when they would actually prefer to have content, they told me, they would actually prefer to have content from their members. And so if you can do that, you're going to be in good shape. So this is so good I said it twice. Okay, sales reps. You can hire commission-only sales representatives in your local community. I'll show you how to do that. And a sales representative is basically somebody that works on a commission. They work on a referral. It's almost like affiliate marketing, but in the human form, where they are basically your affiliate. Think of them as your affiliate or joint venture partner that's mailing out for you or something. That's what your commission sales rep is. You don't pay them an hourly rate. You don't pay them a salary. All they get paid on is on performance. And so they are motivated to succeed, which helps you because you don't have to put anything out of pocket. Yes, your profit is a little bit less, but yes, you're going to reach more people and new people that you probably would not have reached. And also, with working with sales reps, you could avoid having to do those cold calls that you may not appreciate doing, things like that. You also may not have to worry about paying for your own direct mail campaigns because your sales rep might actually send out their own, things like that, to generate leads. So that means basically with the commission-only rep, you only pay if they bring in a sale for you. And so you could offer anywhere from 20 to 30% or higher even. Basically, the higher commission you offer, the better representative. Obviously, I wouldn't go too high for this kind of work because the payout's going to be pretty good. But just like with anything, the higher commission you give affiliates, obviously you want to keep it reasonable so you're making money. But, as valuable as you can make it for the affiliate, or in this case, the sales rep, that's where you're going to succeed. So if you go the sales rep angle, try to give them a fair rate. Consider advertising in newspapers. It costs you a little bit to post a job ad, but you can, it can be quite worth it. And there's people looking for extra income opportunities all the time. Advertise online, put keywords like your city and state and jobs or commission job or stuff like that. And then consider going with college job boards as well. Like there's a lot of colleges out there that have, human resource department. I'm trying to think the best way. They call them like, well, the department I'm thinking of is called Hire OSU Grads. That's not a good example. Oh, career services. There we go. Career services at colleges. They told me, I learned about this at a Chamber of Commerce event by networking, but I can advertise for free my job listings to colleges' career services. So when I have a sales rep job, which I'm going to be looking pretty soon here, basically I can just reach out to the local newspapers and things like that. So I can, the career services, and then they will actually, it's government funded because they're trying to get their students plugged into local jobs and things like that in the community. And so you can try to contact the career services department of your local college, community college, things like that, because you can get a free listing on job boards. Because a lot of times sites like monster.com, things like that, can cost you a pile of money. Even advertising on Craigslist can cost you about 20 or 30 bucks for your job ad. So keep that in mind. Now try Craigslist, because sometimes I believe it's free, but most of the time they charge you for job listings. That's how Craigslist makes a lot of their money. So work with your sales reps and help as much as you can because they are big for you. Just like when you get affiliates, you want to work hard for your affiliates. You want to give them the materials they need to succeed. You want to give your sales reps the materials they need. You want to give them the copy of the letters to send out. You want to give them maybe a script to say when they're talking to people. You maybe want to give them a brochure or a flyer to hand out. You want to educate them, answer any questions they have. Because just like with your affiliate, you want to treat them like gold because they can make you a lot of potential, money. And so keep that in mind. They are there to help you just as much as they need to you because they want to make more money. So it's a win-win situation. Another strategy is to create a local business event or meetup. So make sure you have a Twitter account before you try this. You can set up your event or meetup, as they're sometimes called, for free at a site called eventbrite.com. Now, eventbrite.com, I was blown away when I saw the service recently. It's basically what it is. It's a free way, absolutely free, to set up your events here, and you can actually hold a local event for free, and you could even charge businesses to attend this event, and they have a built-in affiliate program. Like, this site is amazing, and it doesn't cost you anything but a per transaction fee if you have a paid event. So let's say that I am charging $100 for people to come listen to me speak about SEO. Let's just use that as a rough number. And let's say, for example, that I wanted to get a bunch of people in the room. So every time somebody buys a ticket, quote unquote, to my event through Eventbrite, it would cost me 2.5%. That's how they make their money, plus 99 cents. So it would cost me $3.50 about. So my profit is $96.50. Pretty good deal, I'd say. And then obviously, it goes into PayPal. So you've got to consider your PayPal fees there, which is another 3%. And then, but what's cool though is you can set up an affiliate program. So I can say for everybody that refers somebody to my event, they will make $50, and Eventbrite gives them a special link. And so you could actually set up your own affiliate program for your individual event through Eventbrite and pay your affiliates like $50 or so, for that referral, or $100 or $500, depending on how much you're charging. Now, for this local event, you may not want to even charge for it. I'm just saying if you want to, Eventbrite is set up for that, those capabilities starting August 1st. So it's a very new technology. You probably have not heard about it yet, so I'm glad to bring you, be one of the guys bringing this to you. But it's a great service for you to check out and use. I'm going to actually look into that more thoroughly and talk to my business partners about this as well. But it's a great concept because it basically allows you to set up your local events and then actually charge and have your own affiliate referral program for these local kind of events. But basically, if you set up a free event, it doesn't cost you anything. If you have a paid event, it doesn't cost you anything unless they buy. So in this situation, to generate more business and more leads, it's best if you just do a free event. So you have a free event, but if you really want to get creative, maybe you have an event and you give your affiliates $50 per referral, or you give people $50 referral just to encourage them to send people there. And so maybe the fee is $75 for the event, and you're giving the affiliate 70 of that, and then the extra $5 maybe is set aside to cover your fees or something of that nature, and then that way you don't have to invest anything. You're paying your affiliates, they're happy, so they're going to refer some people, and then now you can sit there and have your event. Or another strategy is you have a free event, and you get as many people there, and you talk to somebody and say, for everything that I sell, you get a percentage of my sales, or something like that. Or you could do the own cold calling to get people to that event. You do the own letters sending out, whatever it takes, use Twitter, use press releases, all that to get people to your local events. And start following local businesses in your area as well on Twitter, and they will typically follow you back if they are out there already. A lot of newspaper and radio sites, they have a calendar online that you can submit events to for free, so you could add your event there. And then you could also post on the Craigslist events page as well for free. It's a page that in your local area that a lot of people access. Even newspaper editors will access that, so you might get interviewed for it. So now here's a little tip on how to get leads to contact here. So here's a couple sites for you to look at. GoLeads.com, they charge you a small fee to access a database. The reason I like GoLeads and InfoUSA.com, InfoUSA is a little more expensive. You buy a certain amount of leads. You could say I want to buy all the chiropractors in Oklahoma. So then you could just maybe do a niche market to chiropractors or something. But what I like about those services is they actually give you some demographic data about the business. So they'll tell you things like how much revenue is there for the company. Like InfoUSA would even tell you how much this company spends on advertising. So you could pull a list of companies that are spending more than $10,000 a year on advertising. So that would tell you, okay, they're already spending this much more on advertising. I have that much better of a chance to close them. They also give you the direct name of the owner or like the general manager. And so that means you have a great opportunity to speak to the correct person. And so that's why I like InfoUSA and GoLeads.com so much. Those are great services. Yellowpages.com, and it's a free option. You can go to yellowpages.com, browse businesses in your local area. Pull out your phone book as well. Look at the businesses that have the front page and back cover ads. Those are the premium ad spots. They're spending a pile of money for those spots. Those are the kind of people that you're going to want to contact. So I say, obviously people aren't using the Yellow Pages. I use my Yellow Pages still, and the only reason I use it is not to find businesses, but to find businesses to contact and prospect. That's the only reason I use it. Now, I don't use it to find things because the internet's so much easier. But it's a great tool, so don't throw away your Yellow Pages, because it can be your best asset as far as finding it. If you don't have your phone book, I'm sure the phone company would gladly give you another one. Sometimes they give you 3 or 4 anyways as it is. But basically, look for those that have premium ad spots. Look for those with the big blown up advertisements. Look for those with the ads on the front and the back, the color ads inside, the bold ads, the large picture ads. Look for those kind of ads. Those are going to be your potential clients because they're the ones that understand the power of advertising, or they're the ones that are actually wasting a pile of money in advertising, and you can give them a solution that's going to be effective. So you can also use your Chamber of Commerce online directory to find leads. Most of the time they have an online directory which includes like names of all the businesses and oftentimes the business owner's name or the main contact's name. And so it's a great resource for you to access to contact. So type in your local Chamber of Commerce and look for their member directory. Most of them have one. So here's another creative way to get more clients, and basically another strategy is to set up a website for a business in your local area and promote it using the methods learned in this course, and once it ranks, sell the website to them or sell the leads to them. So for example, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors.com, you guys probably saw me go through this process. I have not sold the site yet. I actually need to finish getting the work done because I actually have 2 top rankings for the core keyword phrase. Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, Tulsa chiropractors, I think, and a few other phrases that I have rankings for, not only for the site but for a press release I did. And so I'm going to clean up the site really quick and try to get in touch with a local business. And what I did though is I created a case study for myself, so now I can also tell local businesses about this. But further, what I've done here is I've now been able to have something where it's going to open the door for me to talk to a business. It's going to be an easy way for me to strike up conversation with the potential client. I can contact any chiropractor in Tulsa and say, hey, I've got the site ranking on the first page for this keyword phrase, and instead of them going, listening to my sales pitch and then deciding if they want to do it, which is okay. You'd have to call several, and they may all say no. Instead, now they're going to have your attention because you're going to say, well, look at the site. Just go to Google and type it in, or send them an email about it. And now it's going to grab their attention. It'll grab their secretary's attention, and they'll say, well, I need to have this. And then you could sell the site to them, for a couple $1,000s, but it doesn't take you long to do because of the strategies you're learning here. So if they already see rankings in their niche, how can they say no to that? They already see what you've done in their niche. Even if they don't want to buy that website that you have, you might be able to sell leads to them. I know some people that do this where they actually turn around and strike up a deal where they say, hey, for every lead I get, qualified lead through the web, I will sell them to you for $50 a lead or $35 a lead. So that's one strategy as well. The best one is to sell it and then or build it and then flip it. That's a new way to do website flipping that's really effective. And if they already see rankings again in their niche, how can they say no to you? They're going to say, okay, this guy knows what he's doing, so what could he do for my business? So even if they don't buy it, which they're probably going to be crazy not to, you could approach them with that. You could also barter, do some bartering and say, hey, I will throw in this website if you take on, do this client, if you allow me to do work for you. So here's a list of types of services. You've all learned all these, and these are all in the last 10 modules. You've learned about SEO consulting, article and press release marketing, directory submissions, video marketing, podcasting, setting up Web 2.0 properties, set up Aweber or squeeze pages. You've all learned this kind of stuff. So you've learned everything, again, from SEO, article, press release marketing, directory submissions, video marketing, podcasting, Web 2.0 properties, and then most of you probably know how to set up Aweber or a squeeze page because a lot of you guys in the trainings you're going to be learning, if you're in the Autopilot Wealth Institute, would be related to this. And a lot of you guys in this traffic course I know already have a squeeze page on your website. And so if you know how to do that, if you know how to install a blog, things like that, business owners will pay for these kinds of services. So anything that I've taught you and that you've learned over the past 10 modules, then you can actually succeed by selling the service to other people. You just do it for yourself first and become an expert at it. So here's one sample package that I want to show you guys could do. Basically, you guys can pause this video and copy this package if you want to offer it. But you offer them professional keyword research. We covered that. A report on website changes. You know what to tell them to change based on the SEO module we went through. You talk to them about writing an article, so you write a good keyword-rich article. You know how to create a Squidoo and a hub page form based on that article and the buyer keyword phrase. You know how to do all that. You know how to take an article and read it so it becomes a podcast. We've gone through that in our training. You know how to take your podcast audio and make that into a video. We've already covered that. You know how to submit a video online. You can submit your website to RSS feed directories. You know where to find those. You can submit to social bookmarking websites. You can also submit your audio to podcast directories as another alternative service. You know how to write a press release for your business. You can submit that press release online. And then you know how to do directory submissions. And you know how to do article submissions, and you also know how to create a software toolbar for the business. That's another service. You know how to submit that to software directories, which is what's covered in the directory submissions. And a package like this, you could market to local businesses for around $12.55 or $12.50 is what I meant, to around $2,000. So you could market it for around that range. You could go less, but the best way to go without devaluing it is about $12.50 up to $2,000, and you can make some great money at that. Doing that. So you see there, by just implementing that, you can start picking up some clients that will pay you some money. So even if you get an extra client a month and you continue doing your other aspects of your business, you can see how this could translate into some decent money for you, some decent income. And so this is another business model you can apply for yourself. So here's some key points. Make this work for yourself first before approaching clients to do the work for them. You want to make this work for yourself first. So do it for your own websites. Do it for your own affiliate sites. Do it for your own product website. Whatever it is, try it yourself first and make sure it works there, which typically it will. Also, apply this maybe to a friend's or a friend of a friend's website, or maybe just somebody you feel like you're giving, so a free person in the community, and try to help them out, because they're going to be your best case study and testimonial as well. Go through the training as many times as you need to ensure that you know exactly what you're doing. So you don't want to get a client and then say, uh-oh, I forgot what keyword research is. And even if you do that, it's not like you need to master this. Even if you say, uh-oh, I need to a refresher on keyword research so I can properly do the work for this client, go back through and watch that module. Make sure you can provide a good service to them. But going through this training, you're going to be able to provide a good service. So once you have a grasp, start going after your clients, and just pursue them. Try to be consistent as you approach new customers, and being consistent and aggressive will ensure you achieve the best results possible. And then make sure that as you do your work, you get testimonials, and make sure you use a free software program like Jing to do screenshots of top rankings you've been able to achieve, because that's going to go right into your marketing materials, so you can use that to get new clients for yourself. And then keep in mind that networking is extremely important, and then consider getting business cards for yourself, because that's going to be really big for you as you do this, because businesses, it doesn't look very professional, especially if you're networking or at a Chamber of Commerce event and they say, hey, could I have your card? Oh, no, I don't have a card. And you have to write it on a piece of paper. It just does not look professional. So spend the $25 to $50 to get some business cards. You can look for them online. I believe Vistaprints has some. There's other places you can get some business cards printed up at. So these are key points and components to turning this into a profitable business venture for yourself. So thank you for attending all the Traffic Generation Blueprints modules. And I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here.